They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Starting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it.
All right, ATP. What it do? I've been missing in action. Salute, clap it up. Creep in the building. Creep in the building. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Yeah, I've been out of commission for a little bit, guys. And when I'm gone, damn, so many things happen. Boxing moves so damn fast. Everything is so sporadic. It's so crazy. I wasn't going to even come up today. If you guys can't tell, I'm bruised up all over my face. I had some surgery last week. I had some dental surgery, and my speech is all messed up. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking all crazy. My S's aren't hitting the way they used to hit. The swelling is going down. We're dealing with a lot, but we're bringing it together. You know, we're coming full circle. But I had to tap in, obviously, and speak on this event. I've been pushing this event for so long, pushing the Keyshawn Davis brand for so long, really just looking at, hey, bro, you look so different. I know, man, I'm bruised up, Jay. I'm bruised up. I'm going to get back to normal, though, man. I got swelling in my neck. I got 2 black eyes. I got swelling around my mouth. I'm healing up, man. I'll be back. I'll be back full circle, hopefully within the next month or so. I'll be back full circle and back to the way I'm supposed to look. But I wanted to show face, you know what I mean? I wanted to show face, and I definitely had to speak on what's going on with Keyshawn. Like I said, pushing that brand, really looking at Keyshawn like a future face of boxing, a future pound for pound great fighter. And I don't know if that's changed so much for me. Do I still look at Keyshawn the same way I did before? Has it changed a little bit? Maybe. I don't know. We're going to talk about it today, right? We're going to talk about it in depth. We're going to talk about Floyd and his influence in the game. We're going to talk about Keyshawn's interviews that he's had over the past few weeks, from Cigar Talk to Ariel Helwani, right? To Andre Ward. We're going to look at this journey that Keyshawn Davis has been on since he started his campaign, when he returned back to the space after being suspended at that fight with Nahir Albright. And we're going to get some perspective because, you know, money changes things. Fame changes things. Life changes things. Keyshawn Davis is growing not only as a fighter, but as a man. He's a young man, right? Keyshawn's a young guy. He's growing into himself. He's figuring out things for himself. And as he's experiencing life and experiencing the business of boxing, and new doors are opening up to him, how is he processing all these different changes and all these new information he's getting? And what does that look like as far as his boxing career is concerned once he's evolved into wherever he's trying to be? He's got a son now. He's got all kind of different things that are driving him. We're going to talk about that today. We're also going to tap into a little bit of this Teofimo. Keep in mind, guys, I haven't been on live or online for about 10 days now. So a lot of things have happened since the last time we spoke. The last time we spoke, rumors were circulating about Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney negotiating for a fight in August. Well, we know today that that's not happening anymore, and we pretty much know why for the most part. I think we'll talk a little bit about it today as far as what may have truly been behind Teofimo's decision, and what does that also mean for Devin? But also, does this Teofimo and Keyshawn Davis may kind of have a link up in the background that we're not speaking about enough, right? So many things going on. We're going to talk about it all. Let me go ahead and salute to everybody who's in the building. Let's see here. Who we got here today? Appreciate all you guys being here, man. It's a Saturday show. It's a pop-up show. Thanks for popping up for me. SOB TV, salute to you, King. Matthew Manhunt Walters, salute, King. Jay Bateau, salute to you, King. Mello, salute. Why you mad, Toya? Hey, why you mad, Toya, man? It's actually good to see you, man, because I know that it's interesting though, right? Because we're gonna talk about Gervonta Tank Davis as well a little bit today. And these are the things what Keyshawn spoke about in that interview with Cigar Talk. These are the things that I've always kind of spoke about, right? Was the personal ambitions of the fighter. And Gervonta Tank Davis being a fighter who's earned so much recognition in the game, controlling the algorithm and the energy of the casual fan space and the American boxing space, the American black boxing space, for as long as he has, the more you have to lose in this game, the more you have to do to kind of protect it, right? And you don't put it on the line for just anything. And Keyshawn getting to that point in his career, starting to realize he has things as well that he's building up. And like he said in that interview, he's getting to a point to where he's starting to fight down to his opponents, and his opponents are fighting up to him. So he weighs out a lot of his options. He weighs out a lot of his choices and decisions that he's making that are going to affect his career for the long run. And he has a newborn son that he gets to look at every other day to refocus him and recalibrate him and let him know where his priorities need to be. Keyshawn's starting to relate to Tank a little bit. I don't know if that's such a bad thing or just a normal thing that we just need to be honest about that happens for every man, right? We'll talk about that as well. But salute to you while you mad at Toya. Let me see here. All them clowns being. We'll deal with that in a second. While you mad at Toya, don't go anywhere. I'm happy you're here. I'm definitely happy you're here. I'm definitely happy you're here, man. I'm gonna well, okay. He's not ready yet. As soon as he gets ready, I'm gonna bring up my co-host Ray Davis. But yeah, the past few weeks have been very revealing for Keyshawn Davis. And the past few weeks, to be honest with you, have made you go hindsight and look at his journey, made me personally look at his journey a little bit closer. And looking at the way he's dealt with being the little brother in the shadow of his big brother, Shakur Stevenson, and the decisions that I'm sure he's been confronted with, the situations he's been confronted with to stay in his position and play his role and show respect to what people would call his elders. But at the same time, I think it's also undeniable to speak on Keyshawn Davis's trajectory as a fighter. To say over the past year and a half, Keyshawn Davis, some people would argue, has surpassed his brother, Shakur Stevenson. And the questions always come up, well, what are you guys going to do? How are you guys going to address and handle this? Because now you're a champion in the same division as your brother. Whenever you speak in interviews, you speak about you're the best in the world, the best 135-pounder in the world. You speak to you're the best fighter in the world. You speak on your ambitions to be undisputed, to unify, fight other champions. Until recently, that was your main thing. And the question has always been, well, how are you going to truly accomplish this without dealing with the elephant in the room, your brother, Shakur Stevenson? How are we going to address this? And as fans, what do you want us to, how do you want us to process this? How do you want us to digest this? People who see the talent in you. We talk about you fighting a Gervonta Tank Davis, of course. We know how exciting a fight that is. But we also know the business of boxing from a fan point of view states that if you and Shakur Stevenson are in a division and share championships, then we should anticipate you guys fighting at some point in time. And if you're not going to fight, well, what does that look like for us as fans? Do we get gypped out of seeing unification fights and undisputed and the things that drive us as fans who hold on to legacy, and we want to witness legacy and greatness and want to see the best fight the best? What's the game plan when it's all said and done? And you saw Keyshawn Davis being confronted with this constantly. Rumors were circulating that he would go to 140. You guys have heard my opinion on here, my co-host's opinion, other fight fans compete. We've had panels. I think most people come to the agreement and understanding that ultimately Keyshawn Davis or Shakur Stevenson, between the both of them, we're going to have to make a decision as far as one of them leaving the division. Them being in the same division just wasn't going to be healthy for boxing. Now, taking that into consideration and keeping that where it's at, to say that as of recent, you've seen Keyshawn Davis after his victory with against Dennis Barancek, he started to be confronted a little bit more with the situation, but became a little bit more vocal all of a sudden, right? Tweets started coming out, right? Him speaking on the relationship between Shakur Stevenson and Richardson Hitchens. He started to speak more about DB3. And if you're not DB3, then anybody can get it. And we started to have to put the pieces together and be like, hold on. Is Shakur Stevenson is he part of DB3? Hold on a second. We had to figure these things out. And now he has this event coming up where he's going to fight against Edwin De Los Santos. He's speaking confidently about fighting. He's confronting Abdullah Mason. He's talking about fighting Teofimo Lopez in his interviews. He's talking about his dealings with Turki Al-Sheikh. He's talking about his re-education of the game and his understanding and how he's starting to relate to the greats, to the faces of boxing, to the Canelo Alvarez's, the Gervonta Tank Davises, the Terrence Crawfords, right? He's starting to relate and he's starting to connect the dots for himself as a fighter who has a newfound momentum behind him, and he's trying to navigate in the right way because he's also speaking about his children and his future outside of boxing. So it gets interesting. It gets interesting, right? Hold on one second. I see my co-host is in the back. Let me pull him up. Y'all give it up for my co-host, Ray Mother effing Davis. And yeah, Ray. Yeah, Ray. What's goody, my guy? What's goody, man? You're muted, brother. You're muted. You're definitely on the mute, Ray. You're definitely muted.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. My bad. I had clicked the mute button during the intro, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to have you back, Clay. I ain't gonna tell you it's a different game out there without us. It was actually kind of boring. I was left to watch some crazy stuff, but I was entertained with some things. You know what I mean? Some people, some people I rock with. You know what I mean? I went over there and helped out and talked my talk. But yeah, Clay, man, it's just you spoke a lot on this. I think we talked behind the scenes. I mean, we have a slight difference of opinion. I think we both have the same understanding of what's going on in the game. But man, oh man, this is. I think I had said something to you yesterday, and I didn't know it was going to get like this. Remember, I think I said something. I talked to you. I was like, "Yo, this is bad for boxing," and you was like, "What's bad for boxing?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. It ain't done yet." You know what I mean? Like it ain't. And this right here is the result of things that people get hyped for, like that. And that's since I'm talking about the entitlement of being a fan. The entitlement of being a fan has gotten a stain in some type of it took us back. Like somebody thought I was bugging when I said, "Yo, this just hit boxing 2 years." It just took 2 years back because you have people climbing back into the square circle, watching these guys get in the ring and boxing. Now this happens because you got a free. See, this is what I was trying to get to last night. I didn't really get to build on it because there was a lot of things being said when I made the comment. But you got a free channel, a channel that puts on fights for free or locally, so people can have access to it. And the main event got canceled. The guy that people they've been building up got canceled. Not the guy that he was supposed to fight, the guy himself. And I think when people are getting up for the fight, and they're like, you know what, I'm gonna go sit down and watch this. This is something big this weekend. We ain't got football. Baseball is gonna be on during the day on the weekends. We got nothing going on. Let me sit down and watch this fight. Oh, that guy not even fighting? What? You know what I mean? Like to me, it takes even the casual fans, it sets them back. That's what I was getting at, because now this guy's a champion. He's moving up into the ranks. They're putting him in conversations with certain fighters. And when you get put in those conversations and you do something like this, and like I said, it's not the fact that he did it intentional or not intentional. I think people can understand, like, look, it was a move that was going to happen eventually. It's the fact that you did it where so bad where the fight had to be canceled. And you're in your hometown, the representation, you did the interviews and things of that. It's just so much. I can't believe it, Clay. And I think that's where I said boxing took a hit. It's bad for boxing. And I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, it's
yeah. Man, like I spoke to you a little bit earlier, and I said Mike Tyson a few years back was interviewed, and they asked Mike Tyson, what was the big difference between him and the fighters of today? And he said, oh, it's a different era of boxer, because we were fighters more than anything back in the day, but these fighters today are more businessmen more than anything else. And boxing fans in the boxing space probably in general embrace that as this generation of fighters are soft or don't have the heart that these other fighters had, right? And maybe he was leaning towards that a little bit more, but I think, personal opinion to the side, there was more of a matter of factness about what he said, as far as communicating that the boxer today is way more present and connected with his business in the sport, right? Than back in the day, where a fighter like Sugar Ray Leonard or Mike Tyson or Roberto Duran or even Oscar De La Hoya probably was like right there, but a lot of these fighters weren't as connected to their business, were getting screwed out a lot, and weren't offered as much opportunity as they're being offered today.
Right.
So these fighters today have become way more connected, and they become way more exposed to the business side of the sport, and they understand how to profit, and they have ambition on profiting to a max level on their brand, on their market value. Very present in that moment, and but at the same time lacking the maturity. Clearly, with the way Keyshawn lacking the maturity of approaching it in a way that not only makes business sense for them, but also has some respect for the boxing space, for the fan base, for the promoters, for the people involved in putting these fights together. Right, you know what I mean? Right. And so it comes out messy, right? Keyshawn comes over 4.5 pounds overweight. He's dancing on the scales, right? He's having a good time. You can tell more than likely he did this on purpose. More than likely he knew this was going to happen very early. And it makes a casual fan or a hardcore fan kind of get to a point where they're standing back looking at this like, what the hell? You playing with our face? And once again, another shot at boxing as far as the structure and the legitimacy of boxing and how boxing is turned into this wild, wild west that it's, clearly has always been, but being exposed so much more with the invention of phone cameras and look at us here speaking, you know what I'm saying, on social media. So it's just being exposed on such a broad level, but it's really just an evolution of the fighter. And I think we can maybe have a conversation about the relationship now between the boxer, the promoter, and the sanctioning bodies, and how there's been a disconnect there. And you can even bring the boxing fan into it too, and bring all four of them into it, right? The boxing fan, the sanctioning body, the promoter, and the most important piece of it all, should be the most important piece of it all, the fighter. And how the fighter has gone ahead and went rogue in the boxing game, right? They've gone rogue. And you'll hear fighters say things like, who cares about the belts? The belts don't mean nothing. You'll see the sanctioning bodies at the same time do things like bring in Manny Pacquiao and make him number one and give him a WBC championship fight when he hasn't fought in like 4 years. You'll see George Kambosos come off of a knockout and end up number 3 or number 4 on the IBF sanctioned by listen not have a fight with Richardson Hitchens, right? You'll see Edwin De Los Santos come off of a loss from Shakur Stevenson and walk into a championship fight with Keyshawn Davis. You'll see Errol Spence get devastated by Terrence Crawford at 147 pounds, and you'll see the WBC rank him number 1 at 154 pounds, a division he hasn't fought into to this day, right? There's a lack of respect for the sanctioning bodies and promotions, the promoters in this game, and the fighters are starting to move in their own direction. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I definitely agree. I think that was well stated. You know what I mean? I think, we have a dark entity ahead. I like to call him Senator Palpatine of boxing. You know what I mean? If anybody don't know who that is, that's the dude that at Star Wars that ran the whole show of the evil empire.
Right.
Got behind everybody, convinced all the guys or the sis, as they would call them. And I'm sorry I'm making it relevant, but you know what I mean? He convinced all these guys to do things that his bidding to make sure he brought the sport to where he wanted it, or brought the universe to where he wanted, and also took away from what was the agenda of the war of the Federation. Oh. So basically he went rogue. And I think with everybody in the same ties or timelines of this certain individual, I think that's where it all came down to, all these decisions being made. I mean, you're still on record of having Shakur saying he still want undisputed. Now, like, where did it come from? First, you didn't want undisputed. You wanted it. Then you didn't want it. You didn't care. You ain't fighting your brother. You want to go after this guy. Then you did. There's so many, like, if you're listening to everything outside, everything inside is really not making sense. You know what I mean? It's like, it is what it is. But I get it. You discussed it. There's a lot of understanding. This is something that's not new. First of all, I'm not going to kick Keyshawn's backing, and I think there was some play on this from a lot of people involved in the situation. I just don't think they thought this guy would come in so heavy, and I don't think they thought that the fight would be canceled. I think only thing I have the biggest diabolical thing out of this is that you pull Edwin De Los Santos down from 140. You could have just made the fight there or had a catch weight for the title, or just not had a fight for the title, period. And you could have just fought, then dropped the belt after the fight and moved forward. And nobody would have said or did anything about it. That's where I have the disconnect at. And I think it is what it is. Like I said, we can cry over spilled milk all day. It ain't gonna change the world from what it is, and we're not gonna get nowhere we don't need to get. You got 2 super chats. If you want to touch on those, go for it.
Yeah, shout out to Pop Shop Talk in the building. Said I've been said they don't want to fight, afraid of losing. They're more concerned of being trolled. Real fans just want to see good fights. Yeah, I agree with you, Pop Shop. I mean, we could talk about a little more though, because I don't know, man. Like, Here for Boxing, salute. Here for Boxing says, welcome back to the trap, no doubt, man. Thank you, man. Is it a some fighters, one shoe don't fit everybody, right? It doesn't fit everybody, but a lot of these fighters, I don't know, Ray, where you're at with it, but I don't think a lot of these fighters aren't scared to lose as much as they're scared to lose for free, right? Like,
Right.
they're not scared to fight each other, Sashay. I would say that they might be scared to lose, indeed, because of the Floyd Mayweather,
Curse.
the curse of the undefeated record. You know what I mean? How
Right.
that speaks, but at the same time, that also speaks a little bit probably to why Keyshawn Davis would move the way he does and why he wouldn't care and why fighters don't respect the boxing space, because the American boxing fan is a what have you done for me lately fan. We don't respect effort. We don't care about your best showing. We care about you winning, and we will hold you accountable for losing. That's fair to a fighter, right? From a fighter's point of view, you say, okay, that's fair. That's how you want to carry it with. That's fair. But it's also equally as fair for me to also choose and pick my opponents accordingly to make sure that I'm keeping to your standards, right? To what you put out there as what needs to be the boxes that need to be checked in order for you to support me as a boxer. You cannot fault me for moving and playing chess with my own career based off the guidelines that you've laid down as a foundation to whether or not I'm going to be successful or not successful. Right?
Correct.
So across the space, there needs to be recalibration. We've been talking about this for a year and a half now. The role of the boxing fan versus the role of the fighter versus the role of the promoter versus the role of the sanctioning body, the role of the people who are vested into the business of the sport, getting money off of it, and the role of the people like us who benefit specifically on the product that gets shown on fight night. And how do we support the space? Because when you look at the UK, they support their fighters no matter what. A loss at the end of their career, right?
But they also fight for the reasons that we expect them to fight for as fans, Clay. There's a level to this. You know what I mean, win, lose, or draw, they support these fans. They support the fight first. They support the sport first. They don't support the fan underwear wearing fans that want to support the boxers that are just doing whatever. And as Rosclaw would say, these bums. Shout out to Rosclaw. These bums. They want to support these bums out here, just getting in the ring and fighting for the cash and not caring about the American fan. And it's crazy that we say this, right? Because it all goes back in full circle when, we need American boxers to stand on business. We need American boxers to stay here and fight. We need American boxers, this, and that. We need the PBC because they support American boxing, which is a global sport, number one. Number two, they want to support all that. But then this is what we get, and I'm glad you mentioned other places across the world. Because when we got our boxing fans here supporting the fighters, excluding the sport, and then mad when things ain't going their way or hating the opponent or the potential opponent or a guy that's in the same or in and around the same division, we hate on it. And we don't care about the fight happening, as much as we should. When you got a person, like you said, in Britain or UK, they care about the fight. They don't care so much. They love both fighters, but they care about the fight. Even if they like this fighter over this fighter, they still go there for the fight. Right. They support the fight. We don't do that. We want to kick. You know what I mean? They don't kick Frank Warren back in for Eddie Hearn. They don't kick Eddie Hearn back in for Frank Warren. They care about the fighters getting in that ring, slugging it out, putting on a good show, mate, and getting it over with. But here, nah, they don't do that. They don't do that. They want to say, my fighter is the best fighter in the world. Your fighter sucks. Your fighter's scared of my fighter. We don't even want to see that fight. He get all the money in the world. Crazy work. And that's where I think the disconnect is. And I think the fighters themselves are disconnected with their fans, their own fans, the people they think that fighter loves them for their support. He don't care about you. He care about that bread that you bring to him. But they ain't thinking about you because you don't care for the sport. Why he gonna go out there and do something for the sport when it's not there? That's what it comes down to.
I agree with you. Pop Shop Talk back in the building with the $5 holler says, my opinion is that Keyshawn really couldn't make the weight. What else could he do after knowing he couldn't? Eubanks struggled and Frank. I don't know if I'm there.
Mm-hmm.
I think Keyshawn could have probably made the weight. I think it might have been some blood and sweat. Might have been a little, you know what I mean? But that's what they sign up for, right? And this is where the weight bully thing goes around, because most of these fighters are fighting nowhere near their walk around weight. And they do it for the leverage, for the weight bullying. They want to be the biggest guy on the night of the fight. And these are the consequences sometimes you start having that King's disease. You start becoming successful. You want to eat a little differently now. You want to live a little differently. Go back to, how you dreamed about living, because now you're starting to see some success. You got a house now. You got a son. You got money in your pocket. You're driving around in something over $70,000. You're recognizing every space you go into, every restaurant you walk into, every gym you walk into, on every sanctioning body list. Your must-see boxing. Everybody wants a piece of the Keyshawn Davis business. Mike Vick is calling you. Allen Iverson's calling you, meeting up with you. You're getting a whole lot of recognition, and that discipline starts to become a little bit more difficult for you to stay in that lane that got you there. Only the greats are able to stay disciplined like that, like the Terrence Crawfords, the Canelo Alvarez, who can stay out the way, stay in the gym, stay in shape, stay ready, know they're only as good as their next fight, and et cetera, et cetera. Being a young guy that Keyshawn is, with a 13-0 record or 14-0 record, whatever his record is, a lot on his shoulders. A lot on his shoulders for him to be mentally the responsible adult he needs to be in this boxing space that's giving him control of a lot of money, a lot of resources. He's probably the breadwinner for his whole family, including his mother. And you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people in his family. You're getting a lot of respect. But maturity, man. Money exposes you sometimes. You get a lot of money, and what it does is it exposes you. Because now you become a little bit more reckless, and you get lulled into a false sense of security. Start to think your boo-boo don't stink. Start to think that, you're really, really smart because you're getting paid for what you love to do. But now all of a sudden, you're the smartest businessman in the room. You're the smartest hustler in the room. No, you weren't none of those things, because before you fought, you were broke. See, if you was the smartest businessman, if you were the smartest hustler, you'd have been on your money before you jumped inside the ring.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hustle is what you do inside that ring. And the moment you walk away or look away from what you're doing inside that ring and begin to pay attention to a lot of things outside the ring, example, Teofimo Lopez, once you start playing that game, then you start to get exposed. You know what I mean? Great boxer, smart boxer. But outside of that, be wary to not remove all doubt from people who don't know you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you start getting full of yourself. So yeah. So could he have made the weight? I think it would have been his responsibility to make the weight. I think there's no coincidence in the fact that Keyshawn would do something like this at the point to where he's calling shots. He would never have done this 2 fights ago. It's not about him not being able to. It's about doing what you have to do. And what he understood is he didn't have to do that. And he tried to operate inside his privilege. He tried to operate inside his privilege on that scale. Say, I don't need this belt. F the belt. I'm going to come in 4 pounds overweight. This dude's going to fight me because I'm going to be his biggest payday. I'm the biggest opportunity this guy got. He's going to take the fight. He didn't factor in the Samson Leakowitz, who's a smart, intelligent, well-educated boxing promoter who wasn't going to allow his product in Edwin De Los Santos to become compromised or be served as a sacrificial lamb to this kid's messiness and his irresponsibility. He wasn't going to allow that to happen, right? He wasn't going to allow that to happen. And Keyshawn paid the ultimate price, because I know whatever game he did play, that payday that he's missing out, he didn't plan on doing that. That wasn't part of the game. That wasn't part of the game, right?
He got caught in his own trap, right? That's his own bear trap.
That definitely wasn't part of the game.
Part about it. And everything you just said is really, really fascinating in the sense that you broke it down that way. I think that at the end of the day, what this does, and I praise for Tank, praise for this, praise for that, moving a certain way, jumping through hoops for yourself. And I'm glad you said, like, he became the guy in the room. He was that guy. He knew that to make money was to do certain things to get money. And putting that persona on, chasing the bag over his legacy, telling everybody he called his own fights. So you tell me you put on mediocre fights for the last 5 or 6 fights? You've been calling these people up, bringing people down from 140, bringing one guy up from 130. making these fights that these fans wanted to see, bro. Like, are you kidding me? I was supporting you, bro. Claire tell you, I was not rocking with Keyshawn. I thought he ran his mouth too much. I thought he did a little bit of smoke and mirrors. He didn't convince me that he was disciplined. And then he shows me that I'm a liar, right? Shows me I'm a liar to go back and do this, to act like this, to put himself in that situation where you turned your back to your fans, in my opinion, your hometown fans, to do what? To gain what? For who? For yourself. And then you got people, and no disrespect, but then you have people saying, yeah, man, he's seen the light. He's doing what Tank doing. He's celebrating Tank. He's doing this. And I'm not taking a shot at Toya because I know she mentioned it earlier, but I've heard other people say this. And I'm like, that's what y'all want to see? Y'all want to see people jumping into situations where they're destroying the sport that I love and others love? It's cool. I get it. Okay, listen, I'm all for the bread. If that's what he want to do, he want to be on that level. You know what I mean? That's how he wants to pursue it. I'm not mad at it. But don't put your livelihood at risk. Don't do it where you can't continue to perform. Shakur did it. He went up, what was he, a pound over, pound and a half, and said, nah, I ain't gonna make the weight. Who was the other cat that missed weight not too long ago? And was like, yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna remeasure. Right after Shakur, it just happened a couple weeks ago. It's all right. We good. We're gonna still fight. Like, it's cool. The pound, couple ounces, couple point dots here, there, you off, whatever. But 4 pounds, diabolical, crazy work, insane. Like, why? That's the thing that gets me, and I think that's what gets most of these people here, because we got, and I'm going to do it. I wasn't going to, but I have to do it, Clay. We have people that kick Devin's back in for taking on a fight with a bigger fighter and Ryan Garcia, who did the same exact thing. And they supported Ryan, and the same people, and this is me going to the opposite sides of the street now, kicking Keyshawn back in. Not me. I was on both sides. I'm staying on business. I was on business when Ryan did it. I'm on business with Keyshawn doing it. It's crazy. I was on business when Tank did it. You know what I mean? I was on business. Yo, y'all missing weight. Why? You can make the weight. And if you can't make it, you could have renegotiated. You could have got to a point where it was closer, whatever it may be, but you knew what you was doing. You tried to take advantage of the situation. And like you said, Santa Lethowitz being who he is was like, watch this. I'm going to get my bread.
Yeah, not on my not on my watch. I'm going to protect my fighter. I'm going to protect my product. You know what I mean? I'm going to protect mine. I'm not letting you get caught up, especially after having an example. Like he mentioned, he even said it after seeing what happened with Devin and Ryan. I can't consciously make a decision to move forward with this fight, seeing what just happened recently. No, we're gonna pull out of it. Shout out to Robert Chandler in the building with the $10 holler. Salute. Thank you for the support. Says in a short sample size, Keyshawn is popped dirty with weed, and in his first title defense, he came in over 4 pounds. It's scary to think what his mindset will be when he starts making bigger money. Take my head. I agree with you, Robert. I think at the end of the day, being grounded and having that poise, man, there's certain boxes that are to be checked with a great fighter. One of them obviously is the obvious, the skill set, the fighting, the mentality that they have inside the ring, right? But also, how do they operate outside the ring? That separates them. You know, that to me have always been the denominator, the most common denominator of the greatest fighters. You know, is their ability to not let anything affect what's going on inside that ring. And you look at Floyd Mayweather, no matter what, didn't drink, stayed clean, always trained, walked around close to his weight, was always ready, stay ready, didn't have to get ready, never had to do a fat camp, always was ready to train and get ready for his next fight. Terrence Crawford the same way. Stay ready, don't have to get ready. You know what I mean? Canelo Alvarez stays ready. You know what I mean? You could say whatever you want to say about him. He stays ready. He don't got to get ready. The greatest fighters in the game, the big guys, always the big dogs, always have that mindset. And yeah, that the consistency of Keyshawn Davis is to be inconsistent when it comes to his professionalism, right, and his discipline and his commitment to the sport shows up in his biggest shows, his biggest opportunities, and he drops the ball. Right now, I heard you ask a little bit earlier, Ray. You said why? Well, that's a good question. Why, Keyshawn? What's on the other side of this deceit? What's on the other side of this for you? What's on the other side of this for boxing? I think there's an argument out there to be made that with the introduction of Turki Al-Sheikh into the boxing space, and this can go into a little bit of a political conversation as far as reparations is concerned, right? People talk about reparations, and I've always been the kind of person who's like, all right, well, yeah, my people need reparations, right? Things have happened in the past, and we should be, but what are we going to do with the reparations when we get it? Are we going to do more damage to ourselves given the reparations than we already have without the reparations? How do you deliver the reparations in a way that benefits the people and helps to elevate them to the next space so that this can positively affect not only the people you're giving it to, but the generations that come behind them, right? And the same thing with this boxing space right now with Turki Al-Sheikh. It's like, all right, well, you're offering big money. You're helping B-side fighters find opportunity and chances to prove themselves, right? But how are you doing it, and how are you going to deliver it? How are you going to deliver it to them, and what's the proper way to deliver it to them? Because if you're overpaying them and you're making it too sweet, then we get the Times Square event. We get the Fatal Fury event, right? You're giving them fights before they complete the fights in front of them. You know what I mean? You get Caleb Plant versus Resendez, right? You get performances that reflect how valuable incentive is in a boxing space. These fighters come from humble, hard backgrounds, and their incentive is to make it out of that. You got to be careful on how you approach this, because the fight game you love, the foundation of it has a lot of strife and struggle in it. It's a gritty foundation to it. And if you start changing that foundation to some soft, pillowy, you know what I mean? You start messing with that, and you start messing with the drive. You start messing with the drive of these fighters, and all of a sudden their priorities become crisscross applesauce, right? All of a sudden, I'm not thinking like this no more. I'm switching it up because there's a bigger picture. So what happens when a Keyshawn Davis signs with Turki Al-Sheikh? Gets offered these big fights, gets FaceTime with Teofimo Lopez, Turki Al-Sheikh ready to pay him the biggest bag of his life. How does a Keyshawn Davis or any fighter deal with that type of opportunity in front of them? Do they have their like Floyd Schofield Sr. would say, have their frontal lobes developed enough? You know what I'm saying? Have their frontal lobes developed enough to properly take in this responsibility, because money is a responsibility, right? I think money is a responsibility. I think if you get a whole lot of money, that's why you see people win the lottery, right? Win millions and millions of dollars and mess it all up inside of a short period of time, whether it's a year, 2 years, 3 to 5 years, depending on how many millions of dollars you've won. But money is a responsibility. To be able to move money is it's a skill set, and it's also there's an amount of discipline behind it on how you do it. So handing somebody in the street who ain't got nothing $1 million doesn't promise that this person's life is going to get better. You might send him to an early grave. You might put him inside of a car he don't know how to drive. He might crash it and kill himself and a bunch of other people on the road. You might help feed his addiction. He might spend $1 million on crack and smoke his life away and end his life a lot earlier than he would have. You might have been better off spending that money putting him in rehab. You might have been better off giving that money to his mother or his father. You know what I'm saying? Right. You might have been better off spending it in a complete different way. So the question I have for you, Ray, and anybody in the chat is, has Keyshawn's new opportunity with Ring Magazine being an ambassador for Turkey Al-Sheikh, has that affected and skewed his vision on how he's looked at his future in the sport of boxing?
I think it's a little bit deeper than that. I think it's home based. I think being around, sir, I don't think it's Turkey at all. I'm going to bring somebody else to the equation you mentioned earlier. I was talking about Emperor Palpatine earlier. I think Floyd Mayweather himself has brought eyes and manipulation to the sport, whether it be for his own good, whether he's trying to make a point, whether he's bringing his influence, whether he's showing who he is in the game as he talks to people, like he's mind warping these fighters into understanding certain things, like Ryan missing weight, having a conversation with Keyshawn. I don't know if he told him he needed the belt to hold on to the belt, what the value of the belt is and what they do to him and how they, you know what I mean? He took that into consideration. You've never seen, which is crazy, is, you know, Keyshawn is with Bud. You don't see Bud doing this stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
But he has that conversation and he hangs out with Floyd, did some sparring done with Floyd. All of a sudden this happens. Same thing with Shakur. Shakur gets over there with Floyd. He starts doing some different things and saying some different things he's not usually saying. And he's no longer a guy that's going to put it all on the line to go out there and get everything done. I'm going to make the biggest and best fights. I'm going to get the bag. F the fans. You know what I mean? Like these ideals of self-loathe coming into the ring as opposed to being the favorite for the fans. Like I was mentioning earlier, you're taking the fan base away from the sport. Like you got casuals starting to come. Jake Paul, shout out to Jake Paul. Every time his name is mentioned, a fan pops up. Another fan pops up. He's bringing the eyes back to boxing in the sense of casual fans. And then we get this rhetoric. We get this stuff that just pushes us back down the toilet. Unfortunately, you see, and I'm going to throw this out there too, Amazon is leaving boxing and combat sports. PBC lost their Showtime, moved a different direction. ESPN moving a different direction. Why? Because of things like this. You're not helping us. You're hurting us. What does ESPN do with this guy? Do they even move out the way faster for Top Rank? Like, yo, you know what, bro? That's our last. We ain't doing no more, man. We was about to be done with y'all in August. Nah. You know what? Take your next couple shows, move them somewhere else. We're not dumping no more money into this. They put a lot of money into this event, Clay, for Keyshawn. And the fact that they put so much into it to turn around and do this is like a slap in the face to ESPN, slap in the face to Top Rank Boxing, who's always been there for you and built you. And his old comrade, his old camp member, same thing. Teofimo Lopez, same nonsense, because they've been branded ambassadors with Turkey. Now all of a sudden I can walk on water. I can do what I want. I can slap somebody in the face down the street. Nobody's gonna do nothing, because not only am I a fighter, but I'm privileged. Now, I live and move a certain way, but then when it don't go that way that you want, now he's a dictator. Now, you know what I mean? This guy ain't who I thought he was, but y'all was all ready for that money, for that bag, that position. And to call out, exactly, somebody put it in there, to call out Abdullah Mason and making it look like something was happening, you put that man on the spot, made him nervous, more nervous than anything, because he was not expecting that to be the message. He was expecting to come out there casually saying, look, man, you know, I'm moving up in this situation, you know what I mean? I know our opportunities are going to grow. I'm pretty certain it was going to go somewhere along those lines. You know, if I have to share the ring with this champion, I would love to one day, blah, 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 blah. Some respect stuff. Nah, we got straight to the cutty. Yeah, bro. You up here, what you going to do? Yeah. You want my title? Yeah. Come get it. What you gonna do? You know what I mean? Put him on the spot. To only turn around to reveal that they had a conversation earlier and Abdullah Mason was a part of the plan, which I was mentioning, saying that I thought you was moving up and dropping the belts. Yeah, he thought I was moving up and dropping the belts. So, blah, 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 blah. Then you mentioned the IBF and your hydration costs and things of that nature. Then you don't want to pay sanction fees. It's a lot going on. And I think, like I said, the dark side there, Floyd Mayweather has convinced these fighters that they don't need the belts. Convince these fighters that go out there and make your own way, pave your own way, and make it your own. And I don't know if that's working, Clay. Floyd was hated for a long time. He made millions, but not everybody's making the same bag.
Yeah, I'm first of all, shout out. We got 41 people in the building right now. Shout out to everybody in the building. Please take a moment right now if you haven't done it. A good portion of you haven't done it. Hit that like button. Real important. Please help the channel out. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to do that again. If you have to resubscribe, because I know a couple of people went missing because I went missing for a few days. Once again, coming off of surgery, you know what I mean? I had surgery on my dental surgery, so I was out of commission. I'm still kind of out of commission now, but I had to comment on this. But listen, at the end of the day, Ray, I hear what you're saying, right? And there's always a fan perspective, and we're always going to be so familiar with the fan perspective, right? Because we're fans. But then there's a boxer's perspective. There's a business of boxing that affects what we see as fans. And sometimes it is what it is. Sometimes it just is what it is. And I like that you brought up Floyd Mayweather, because he's in the same conversation with Turki Al-Sheikh. The thing about the Floyd Mayweathers is they bring the experience. And they try to get these fighters to not go through what they went through. Fast lane them, fast track them to get into the money, because all these fighters come into the game with that common denominator. They're prize fighters, and they want to change their families' lives. A lot of these fighters, their families took heavy sacrifices with them in order for them to be in that position. They weren't there to provide and do things for their family and be there with their family to a certain capacity, because they dedicated a large portion of their life up until this moment to becoming the best fighters in the world. So Floyd, when he gets into the ears of these fighters, he's going to speak to them on what exclusively will benefit them. He's not going to speak to them about what the boxing game needs and their loyalty to the boxing game. On the contrary, he's going to preach how unloyal the boxing game is, how unloyal the boxing fans are, how you can't depend on these guys to piss on you if you was on fire. So we're going to move accordingly to what benefits the fighter, right? Shout out to Echo in the building. Echo in the building said, Keyshawn, salutes to you, Echo. Said Keyshawn should look at himself and think about what he's doing. Forethought is a precious commodity. Everything we do, there are consequences, either good or bad. Nothing is trivial. 100%. I agree with you, Echo. The building blocks of life, right? Everything counts. The way you do the smallest thing is more than likely how you do the biggest things. And when you get into a position like where Keyshawn is at, make sure your steps are calculated, young bull, because every step counts. And mistakes become harder and harder to get over. The fall becomes harder and harder because the higher you go up, the longer the drop to the bottom. So the consequences compound as you become successful. Shout out to Biggie Smalls, rest in peace, said, more money, more problems, right? So the more you get, the more you win, the more you succeed, the more you have to lose. Be careful. Tread lightly, young bull. Tread lightly and be careful with the way you're moving, because everything ain't built for a comeback. You already had an opportunity for a comeback when you popped dirty on the weed test fighting against Neil Albright. Here you are again, completely compromised and fumbled the bag, fumbled the opportunity to lock your city down more than it was already locked down. You didn't factor in Edwin De Los Santos backing out of this fight. You didn't factor in not this opportunity being taken away from you. You overestimated your power and underestimated the program. You underestimated the program. And if you know, like I know, as you get older, nobody's bigger than the program. Nobody. Not even Canelo, Not even Tank, not even Terrence.
Exactly.
Nobody's bigger than the program.
I'm gonna go take care of this thing. Hopefully you still on when I get back.
No doubt, no doubt. Salute, King. Appreciate you coming up here and building with me, man.
No doubt.
Right, guys? Nobody's bigger than the program. And Keyshawn had to learn that the hard way. Does he bounce back from this? I hope he does. I would think he does. If the question's asked to me about what do I think about Keyshawn Davis today, I still think he's a great fighter. I still think he has a great future. I do believe he's going to have an opportunity to rebound from this. I think the way he fights is just too exciting. It's must-see boxing. I think he does make it difficult for promoters to work with him because not only did he not make the weight, that can happen. More importantly than not making the weight was everybody can see how deceitful what he did was. Everybody can see by the jubilation on that weight scale how lightly he took what he did. And it has to be in any real businessman's mind. Can I bet the house on this guy that he won't play with my face because he has some other game plan or some other master plan that he thinks is going to benefit him in the long run? But will he sacrifice my event, my resources? Will he sacrifice my brand in the spirit of promoting himself to where he wants to be? And now that he has a Turki Al-Sheikh who's there funding him in the background, should we have even more to worry about? And that's why I brought it back to Turki Al-Sheikh, ladies and gentlemen. And I said, this is also a learning process and a learning curve for Turki, right? He's understanding on how to manage and maneuver in this game as well. Because what he came in this game for, when he said that his favorite fighters was Roberto Duran and Larry Holmes, he was talking about a different cloth of fighter. But has he factored in that those fighters weren't given the silver spoon? That they weren't overpaid out their ears to the point to where they started to say, why put my ass on the line? I'm here to get the money. If I've already got the money one way or the other, why double down and put my life on the line? You guys know I respect Turki Al-Sheikh to the max. I love what he's doing for the sport. I love what he brings to the sport. I love what he facilitates for fighters who 75% of their career been fighting an uphill battle to get in the same space as a small amount of fighters, 3, 4, 5 fighters in a game that are making top shelf money, and you got 95+% of the game struggling and fighting and clawing, trying to get their way into that position. Turki Al-Sheikh offered an opportunity and an option for those fighters. But do those fighters know what to do with the opportunity? And when you take away the fighters' need for a manager or a promoter, is that the smartest thing for the fighter? Is it actually the promoter who's protecting the fighter, who's moving the fighter in a way to make sure that he stays humble to a certain degree, stays hungry for the boxing fan, so when he's in the ring, he's performing a certain way, but also paying him accordingly so that he doesn't get outside of his lane. He doesn't get derailed from his mission, which was, or his mission statement for the boxing fan, which was to give us great fights. How are you approaching this, Turki? Is Turki learning from this? Is he seeing these things, and is he processing the data of what happened in Times Square? Is he processing the data of what happened with Canelo Alvarez and William Skull? Is he processing the data of what Keyshawn Davis just did? Is he thinking about that and saying, hold on, man, let me think about things a little bit differently here? I want to help out boxing. I love the fighters, but it's boxing that I'm here to promote. It's boxing that I'm here to resurrect, to bring back and elevate to the best sport in the world. It's not these boxers. Granted, the fighters are the ones that's going to get us there, but it's a sport losing. Is a sport losing on the back end of Turki Al-Sheikh's best efforts to bring the sport where it needs to be? Huh? I don't know. Time will tell. This is obviously a great learning opportunity for Keyshawn Davis as well. If he's getting what's the word I'm looking for? Chastised properly by Bob Arum, by Terrence Bud Crawford, by Bo Mack, by his mother, by the people around him, Shakur. If these people are chastising him in the correct way, then Keyshawn Davis can become stronger on the back end of this and start to realize the impact of his moves and realize that 4.5 pounds almost made the difference between a whole entire card getting money and being able to fight, and how much he really affected when the big picture is said and done. I saw Val Barham says, I don't know what that team was thinking about over there. So he shook up the algorithm, which is a bad thing, but a good thing, right? It's a good thing because it shows the effect that you have on the space and that you're a needle mover. But it also turns this little mistake you made into a big old nasty blunder for the world to see, right? It turned into something real nasty for you. So, inshallah, he'll learn from this and become a more powerful, mature person, and something that the boxing fans can get behind again. But he has work to do. His next fight will speak volumes as far as his professionalism and as far as puts in perspective as to what the hell we just looked at yesterday, right? So, but on the lighter side of things, Keyshawn Davis does seem to fumble his bag and mess up his opportunity, and we'll see how he rebounds from that. But we have Abdullah Mason, who's rolled into an opportunity. Abdullah Mason, who Top Rank has stood behind and fast-tracked and put a lot of resources behind promoting Abdullah Mason, an exciting fighter from out of Ohio. Been doing his thing, one of the most active fighters last year. In my opinion, prospect of the year last year. I believe Ring Magazine gave it to Moses Achuma. I see an argument there, but I still give it to Abdullah Mason. He's been working his way to where he needs to be, and has in recent times worked his way into a number 2 spot in the WBO rankings. Conveniently enough, of course, in the same division as Keyshawn Davis. Now with Keyshawn Davis dropping the ball, moving the way he did, well, the boxing gods, the stars may have aligned in the right time, in the right place for a moment like this for Abdullah Mason, a fighter who stays ready and doesn't have to get ready. Will he be able to capitalize on this moment and make this one of the most important evenings of his life tonight? Fighting against Nakatilia, he gets an opportunity to put himself in a position. I don't know if they're talking about giving him an interim WBO title or if this is going to be for a vacated WBO title. I don't know how they're going to work it, but I would have to assume the winner of this fight has dibs on that next fight being for a championship and not against Keyshawn Davis. This puts Abdullah Mason in a position to not only get in the conversation, but number one, put him in the driver's seat, turn him into an A-side fighter, a privileged fighter with the backing of a Turki Al-Sheikh, who backs him, who will be able to finance the biggest fights for him, but also puts him in the unification conversation and makes Undisputed and those type of conversations way more realer at 135 pounds. Because with Keyshawn Davis there, we know that look was limited, right? Limited to what Keyshawn and Shakur were willing to do with each other and limited to what Gervonta Tank Davis was willing to do with the other champions in the division. If Abdullah Mason is able to corner a part of this 4-belt division, this 4-belt era at 135 pounds, we have an opportunity to see a lot of things move forward, especially with him having Turki Al-Sheikh in his back pocket right now. And Turki has yet to make a play with Abdullah yet, right? He has yet to take Abdullah and put him on a ring card or something of that nature. So don't be shocked if the big play wasn't, don't be shocked if chess is not being played right here, right? It is what it is. It's a big opportunity one way or the other for Abdullah Mason. It's a lot. I think Nakatilia was a great opponent. I've been wanting to see Abdullah Mason step up his competition in a big way. I thought we were going to get to see it when he had an opportunity to fight Giovanni Cabrera. We saw Giovanni Cabrera get pulled out of that fight due to an injury. I felt that was a unfortunate situation because I really wanted to see Abdullah Mason get in front of a mover, in front of a boxer, and see him develop in that direction as well. We already see what he can do and how he's punching. But regardless, Nakatilia is still a step in the right direction. Puts him right there as he is being fast-tracked to become a champion in the conversation at one point of fighting a Keyshawn Davis. But now that Keyshawn Davis has been vacated the title, for all argument's sake, said he's going to 140, it opens up an opportunity for Abdullah Mason. It opens up an opportunity for Abdullah Mason. I think he'll capitalize on it, but time will tell. The question is he being moved too fast? Or is this just the right time for Abdullah Mason? Have the stars just aligned for him? And is this exactly what he needed? Did he need this? And is this great that he gets to be elevated to a main event in Ohio? Right? Cornelius Bennett says, why? That's a fast track. Well, Cornelius Burnett, I mean. Oh, I'm sorry. Burnett. Yeah. I don't know if I'm saying that he is being fast tracked. He fought the fights, right? But I don't know if you would agree or not that last year he fought a lot. Top Rank made sure they got him active. And they did it with reason and with good reason, because they wanted him to get into certain conversations, but they didn't want to throw him in there all wet behind the ears. So he's earned his way to where he is right now. But he had a team who believed in him in Top Rank, who purposefully guided him that way. And we could look at a lot of other fighters who aren't fighting 6 times a year. Right? So he was I'm trying to think of the word. He was groomed for this moment. But we're going to find out if that grooming was a good grooming. Is he actually ready for this moment? Right? He was groomed for this moment. He was kept active. Bob Arum clearly had a game plan for Abdullah Mason's future. You could see the star in him. He's humble. He's a great fighter. He goes for the knockout. He's a boxer puncher. He's all these different things. He's great on the microphone, pause, right? Does interviews well-spoken, articulate. Man's man. The type of fighter a lot of fans can get behind. He needed that development and that push to get him to that next spot. And Bob Arum, Top Rank, make sure they did that. But who would have known that Keyshawn Davis would drop the ball like this and he'd get this opportunity? So now he's in a situation the way he didn't expect to be. Will he make the adjustment well? Or does he treat this like it's just any other day and just do what he does, which I think he should? Or does he let this moment get to him, being the main event, and get a little too over-committed and get himself in a situation? We'll find out tonight for sure, right? We'll definitely find out tonight. Aren't they all are? Oh, no, hold on. Pop Shop Talk with the $5 holler in the building says, think about, gents. Keyshawn wasn't going to get challenges we'd want to see. All these doors are open now. Now Shakur Abdullah is an option. Yeah, Pop Shop. That's a fact. There's argument to be made that the move that was made with Keyshawn Davis was a chess move, right? That it made sense, that it helps the division. That the way Keyshawn moved, whether it was for that purpose or not, inadvertently helps 135-pound division. Maybe the best thing at the 135-pound division could look forward to. If you ever had questions about how the division was going to move as far as unifications and undisputed and the biggest fights happening, Keyshawn Davis and Shakur Stevenson seem to be in the way with their little brotherly thing going on. Now that Keyshawn has, in a messy way, eliminated himself from the conversation and is going to take his ass up to 140, does it open up the 135-pound division a new way? And Abdullah Mason now gets an opportunity to be a big wild card in that division because he wins this fight. However he wins a fight, if he wins it, but if he wins it in the way that he normally wins fights with a knockout, then we might have a new star, or a new up-and-coming star in our hand that really is about to take off and use this opportunity as a platform foundationally to go into space, right? Let's see here. Sonny Augustine in the building got a long one here. Pause. Sonny Augustine says, can you please touch on the disaster with the deal with Amazon and PBC? I was on a live a few days ago. A certain boxing content creator was talking a deal he had with the PBC and Top Rank Claymore. Oh, well, look, guys, shout out to my brother Blue Blood. Shout out to my brother Ray Davis. If you guys have been here from the beginning of my journey in this content creation space, in this boxing space, you know that it's been an uphill battle. I've had issues with other content creators and people who feel like I'm sent here to destroy the PBC or attack the PBC, or that I'm paid off to do and say certain things. You know, I'm not going to keep on spinning that broken records to keep defending myself over nonsense like that. If that's what you guys think, I'm okay with you guys thinking that, right? I don't care one way or the other to defend it. But I'll say that I've always just tried to be honest and transparent about what we saw happening with the PBC and Amazon. I've always communicated, right? I've always communicated to the space the lack of transparency of the business relationship that Amazon was going to have with the PBC in comparison to the relationship that the PBC had with Showtime. And if the relationship wasn't going to be the same as what they had with Showtime, then how was that going to manifest inside of matches being made, events being put together, fighters being promoted, the activity of these fighters? How were these pay-per-views going to get paid for? How were the Errol Spencers, the Charlo brothers, the Gervonta Tank Davises, the Canelo Alvarezes, the David Benavidezes? How were these on? When you look at the PBC, who built their platform and eventually evolved into a platform that was exclusively pay-per-view, who had a lot of their fighters over there eating what they killed, right? Sell the pay-per-views. We're going to give you a percentage of the back end on what the pay-per-views sell. This is how you make your big money. We don't give you big upfront guarantees because we know you're going to make so much money in the back end, et cetera, blah, 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 blah. Well, if you can't deliver it the same way, in a world where pay-per-views are going out of style, streaming and piracy is at the all-time high, what new business model was the PBC going to bring to the table that was not only going to give them the ability and the momentum to continue moving forward as far as an organization and put out these big events, but also what was the incentive going to be for Amazon? And if Amazon wasn't going to double down and give them a budget like Showtime did, then where was the PBC going to dip into as far as investment and funds are concerned to continue to put on these events and at the same time continue to give Amazon vested interest in staying in the combat sport game? I brought those conversations up because I thought they were legitimate questions. I thought they were legitimate questions to bring to the space because as a boxing fan, these are the questions I had. So I'd go up to these different content creation spaces and I'd bring up the questions to the people I thought were what I would have considered, being that I was a truck driver and I followed boxing closely, but not as closely as other people did. And also what I thought was that a lot of these content creators had inside information, right? Access to things that I don't have access to. So I'd ask these questions and speak on these topics, and I get ostracized as some sort of hater or somebody who's being sent in to sabotage something, whatever have you, which in its own way, it's kind of a what's the word? I don't want to say a compliment, but flattering to see me as somebody who an organization like Riyadh Season or Top Rank, or I don't know who you guys affiliated me with, would see as somebody worthwhile funding. That's flattering in its own way. Is very flattering. I ain't gonna lie, right? But I digress and say that, am I surprised that today that Amazon would put out a statement speaking towards their intentions and how they plan on dealing with combat sports off of a shaky first year with the PBC, who gave us the idea that they were going to put out 12 to 14 events and only put out 5 events in their first year? Am I shocked on the back end of a Gervonta Tank Davis who's threatening to retire, who I'm sure was a big part of that deal between the PBC and Amazon, as far as Amazon being confident or not confident as far as what the relationship was going to look like? Of course I'm not. Of course we've been calling this from the beginning and just speaking to it for what it actually is, right? We've been calling this from the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. If somebody wants to be honest with themselves, then how in the world could you be surprised at something like this? How could you be surprised? What else would you expect to happen? Yeah. The PBC getting out of Amazon getting out of combat sports is as surprising as, I'm not going to say nothing great. I'll say it's as surprising as seeing Teofimo Lopez crash and burn right now as a fighter, moving the way he was moving. When you add it all up and you see the way that the moves are being made, it's only a few different directions that this can go to. And clearly PBC and Amazon have hit a crossroads. And Amazon's had to make a decision on how they're going to approach this. They've had to make a decision on how they're going to approach this, and they've made their statement and made their intentions clear. We'll see what the next move that the PBC is going to do. We'll see where they go. I'm sure they're working on a lot of new network deals. I'm sure, they'll figure something out. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see how that ends up looking. Hold on a second here. We'll see how it ends up turning out, right? We'll see how that ends up turning out. That's where I'm at on that. That's where I'm at on that. I want my vision back. Says, goddamn, Clay, what happened to the beard? I had surgery. I had dental surgery. So I had to shave my beard to have the surgery done. And I'm all swollen right now. So my face ain't really this fat in real life. So my face, the swelling will go down. I'm healing up good. I'm resting. I'm doing what I got to do. And that's why I look the way I look. It is what it is. That's why I got sunglasses on, because I really got two black eyes underneath my shit right now. I really got two black eyes, you know what I mean? But everything is good, man. Everything is good. No worries. No worries. But I'm talking a little funny now. That'll come back as well, because I got so much swelling going on in my mouth. I'm drooling on myself from time to time. It's diabolical. But we're figuring it out, man. We're figuring it out. Guys, we got 49, 50, 46 people in the building. Please make sure you are hitting the like button. Let's get the like button to where we need it. What is this here? Oh, I'm not taking that call right now. Let's get the likes up where they need to be. And also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. Thank you in advance for that as well. No doubt, TV40 for sure. We're going to get well soon. All the boxing companies going to have to pull together. Let me see. All these boxing companies are going to have to pull together and become one huge conglomerate. That would seem like a logical move from my point of view. From my point of view, that would be a logical move. Is that what they're going to do? Probably not, because capitalism in America is a mother. I mean, it's capitalism all around the world, but there's American capitalism that separates their capitalism from everybody else, right? And unfortunately, the boxing space has been playing with that across the street politics nonsense forever. I don't anticipate it, right? I'd be happy to see it. I think I was very happy to hear a few weeks back when Bob Arum put out a message saying that, they'd be working closely with the PBC and putting on events together. But we saw what happened, right? We watched Sebastian Fundora vacate a WBO title when he was supposed to be going ahead and defending against Xander Zayas. So how does the future of across the street and cross promotion look in America? Time will tell that story, right? Time will tell that story, man. Got it. God bless you, Clay. Glad you're doing all right. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. Let me see here. What we got here? Hold on. Did I read this, Pop Shop? Did I read this? Let me see here. The money isn't a problem when they sign up with Turkey. This is why they're not going with Turkey. You putting the bread out there. Okay, I hear you. No doubt, no doubt. Let's see here. I want my vision back. Thank you, man. Saying praying for a speedy recovery, my good brother. Even without Keyshawn De Los Santos fight tonight will be a good boxing night. So yeah, man. I think the card is going to be hold on a second here. I think it's going to be a great card tonight. Tiger Johnson's on the card. My boy Trisley's on the card. The other two brothers on the card, the Davis brothers on the card. And obviously, I think it's a good main event, Abdullah Mason. If it would have been a pay-per-view event, this would have been a horrible blunder, but this is a free card. I think it's a card I'm still looking forward to seeing one way or the other. It was It was a talent-packed card in the beginning. It was a card of the year contender, in my opinion. I really thought it was going to be a fight of the year contender. I thought all those things were going to come full circle for this card. I was really looking forward to it. That's why I had to, even though I'm sitting here resting and trying to get better, I wasn't going to do this live. I really wasn't. I wasn't going to do this live. I was going to keep on resting and doing what I got to do. But I'm like, yo, let me speak to this, because as much as I've spoken about Keyshawn Davis and how much I think he's a great fighter and the future, one of the leaders of where I want to see boxing go, to see him move the way he did today or yesterday, I did feel like I need to speak to it, man. I'm not going to lie. You know what I'm saying? I did need to speak to it. Shout out to I Want My Vision Back, becoming a new a YouTube member. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Let's see where Flyer Frequency said. Hey, Mason said he would steal the show like always, but this is nothing short of diabolical, Clay. Yeah, for sure. Hey, man, speak it. Speak it, right? I'm going to put the link out there. Anybody want to come up and build with the kid, help me out. I'm talking out the side of my neck, maybe even literally at this point. A little help, I wouldn't mind it, and I wouldn't mind building with my community. So if you guys want to hit that link, come up here and let's talk about what's going on here. I'm also going to speak towards what's going on with Teofimo Lopez as well, in the Devin Haney situation. I thought that was very interesting. The way that ended up developing. To say that I'm surprised, I'd be lying. I'm not. I make no secret. I don't hide my hand when I speak on Teofimo Lopez and how I think mentally he is one of the weakest boxers and athletes in the game. He just is. I think somebody who would compromise his brand and dive into something like triggering racism for the benefit of getting eyes on him, I think it's a weak person. And I think the people, more importantly, around him who try to do business with him are aware of him being weak. I think Turki Al-Sheikh is aware of his character. I think Bob Arum is aware of his character. I think most promoters and fighters are aware of his character and understand that he's not anybody to be taken seriously, like, let's say, a Tank Davis, right? Or even a Devin Haney or Ryan Garcia. He'll never be in those conversations because he'll never be mature enough to be the man that God created him to be, to accomplish the assignment of standing on something so he doesn't fall for anything, for everything, right? So, yeah, Turki Al-Sheikh gave him an offer, put it on the table, what was on the table, and Teofimo Lopez thought he had leverage because he felt like because he had the best performance in the card where all the performances were trash, he felt like that leverage gave him some sort of entitlement towards dictating the terms and conditions of how he was going to work with Turki Al-Sheikh. No, sir. Couldn't be farther from the truth, right? Your performance with Honor Barbosa was a good performance in comparison to your counterparts, not in comparison to the standards of what great boxing is. Nobody cared about what you did with Honor Barbosa. Your next opportunity was going to be your best opportunity. Granted, you thought that you wanted to go ahead and get a fight with Jerome Boots Ennis. You had certain pundits in the space like Tim Bradley who were backing that. Shout out to my boy HLD, people who wanted to see these fights come together, and it would have been nice. But Jerome Boots Ennis is another conversation. He's another category of fighter. Contrary to popular belief, who would have you believe that Jerome Boots Ennis needed a Teofimo Lopez opportunity to move his value in the market. Thank God the people who are around Jerome Boots Ennis are smart enough to know that that couldn't be further from the truth. That Teofimo Lopez came with no kind of value except for a paycheck from Turki Al-Sheikh. That there was way more value in him continuing his legacy. Shout out to Jerome Boots Ennis, because when you look at a Devin Haney who compromised his values for a hot second and literally still trying to recover it from it right now, went from a legacy fighter who was chasing titles and unifications to undisputed and becoming the youngest fighter to accomplish things in the sport that fighters before him didn't do. and for one moment decided to chase the bag with Ryan Garcia and almost compromise his whole entire trajectory of his career. And he has to recover from it right now. So thank God the people around Jerron Booth's Ennis let him know, don't derail yourself. Don't move from your path from what you doing, brother. You doing the right thing. You go chase down Brian Norman Jr. or you move up to 154 and you go chase out the bigger fights and work on your legacy. Don't play these games that the Teofimos and the Ryan Garcias are bringing to the space. Jake Pauls. Don't get in them conversations and play those games. You're not one of those guys. They need those antics. They need those things in order to make it. You don't need that. You actually nice. You actually got your whole city behind you. You actually got a whole lot of things working in your benefit. You are nothing like them dudes. Don't put yourself in the same conversation as those guys. Salute to my brother Frequent Flyer in the building. What's good, Frequent?
Salute, Clay. Good to have you back, man.
Thank you, man.
Always good to see you out there. Yeah, man. And what you were speaking on, I just want to say salute to De Los Santos team, man. You know what I'm saying? That was a power move. Who was that? His trainer who made that call? Who made that call?
Oh, Samson Leakowitz. Samson, his manager, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, man. Salute to him, man. You know, because I think these fighters need somebody, you know, looking out for their best interests, you know, to protect them from things like that, and sometimes protect them from themselves too, you know, because you know the fighter is always going to want to still go in there and think that he can overcome these disadvantages that they be put up against, you know, but they always need somebody on the team to hold them down, to protect them from things like this. That's why I always shout out Gervonta Tank Davis' team, man. I think he got like one of the best teams in boxing, you know. They always make sure, you know, he's not at a disadvantage, you know, and they always, well, it seemed like they try to give him advantages, you know, instead, you know, the other way around. They'll never stand for something like that. Ain't nobody coming in, no 4 pounds overweight or doing no crazy mess, you know, to Gervonta Tank Davis and his team just going to sit back and let him make the decision to go in there and fight him. So shout out to the manager, you know, for that.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you on that, man. I forgot to shout out Edwin De Los Santos because that was a hard decision to make. You know what I mean? When you think about it, the opportunity that was there for him, you know, he made so many sacrifices to be in that position. And for him to, you know, fall back out of that that situation was the smartest move. And, you know, Samson Leakowitz, you got to give him his respect too as well. They moved him the correct way. And he did the right thing, man. There's no reason for him to jump in the ring with a fighter that was already bigger than him. He was already weight drained. People were already talking about that. He was looking like he was weight drained. And this guy is a puncher, dangerous fighter in Keyshawn Davis, who clearly, I don't think is an argument out there to say that he more than likely just completely disregarded the weight cut. You know what I mean? This wasn't somebody who was struggling to make weight. This is somebody who decided he was going to another division and moved the way he felt like moving. It was smart for Samson Leakowitz to see that play that was getting made and move him out the way. Shout out to
you got it.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, shout out to Here for Boxing in the building. Echo, my guy in the building. And of course, my guy HLD in the building, man. Salute to all you guys, man. What's good with you guys?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, how did we get John Amos to host the show? Where's Claymore?
Yeah, man. I had some
surgery. We got Enes subbing in, bro.
Yeah, we got Enes. I got some surgery, bro. I'm all swollen. I got black eyes. I'm looking all crazy.
Oh, okay, man. Okay, man. Hey, man. Well, I hope you get better, man, real soon with all that.
So we got some feedback from somebody. Somebody needs to turn their YouTube down.
Somebody got a TV on or something, or the YouTube on the background.
It's Here for Boxing. Yeah, it was Here for Boxing.
Yeah, you know, I had my Bluetooth speaker connected. My fault, fellas.
No, we all
Yo,
good.
Clay. Yeah. Also, I wanted to say real quick, I think it's really important to realize that, you know, it's pressure put on them fighters, you know, when a situation like that arise, you know, they risk being called a duck and all of that stuff, you know, if they was to make that call. So it was good that his manager stepped up and made that call and allowed him to, you know, still say he wanted to go on, you know, proceed with the fight, but the manager stepped in. You know, that's another way that I think is a good way that it should happen, because that protects the fighter himself from, you know, people talking about he was a duck, he was scared, and the scrutiny and all of that, and taking some of the pressure off his shoulders, because I know it's a lot of pressure on the fighter's shoulders, you know, when you have a fight that everybody want to see and the build up to the fight and all of that, and then something crazy like that happen, and for you to just have to, you know, make the decision. I just think that's a lot on the fighter. He shouldn't have to be subject to that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I
Can
agree
I
with
That,
you.
that 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 goes to because he got paid. You know what I mean? Samsung did a job to make sure so it makes it easy. You know, the decision much easier to make when you're getting paid. You know, and that's what they do. They'll be like, well, Keyshawn did. He was trying to. Well, it's straight up cheating. That's what he was doing. It's not about that he couldn't make weight. He
Right.
needed all the advantage like he's had in all the other fights that he just had. He needed to be the much bigger guy, or the guy who's draining down for a 140-pound fighter, or bringing someone from 130. This is just straight up cheating. Yeah, but it backfired on him. It backfired on him nasty style because they didn't take the fight. You know, and guess what? All that pressing and all that stuff he was doing to Abdullah Mason. What you gonna do? Abdullah Mason tonight said, "I'm gonna take your main event." That's what I'm gonna do.
But you know what's crazy about him pressing Abdullah Mason is Abdullah is a 135 pounder. You are pressing a kid who is going to make weight for a fight that a weight you either can't make or won't make anymore. So you kind of blew all that smoke for
It's
nothing.
nasty,
But you
nasty
know,
work.
I want to ask y'all on the business and financial side of this. How does Top Rank respond to Keyshawn doing this? He basically blew off the event. They promoted the event in his hometown. Nobody has ever put a boxing event in Norfolk, I guess, other than maybe for Pernell Whitaker. And now Keyshawn, Norfolk is not a hotbed for boxing. So you've had a lot of people book flights. I had people from Philly drive down. I consider driving down. People bought tickets, and you blew it off. So now you have to pay Edwin's purse, all the logistics that were paid for, all the hotels and bookings. Who's responsible for that? Is there a chance that Top Rank goes after Keyshawn to recoup the money they lost? Because this is business, and you cost us
Mm,
a lot of money.
I don't think they do. I'm
I
be
don't
honest
think
with
they
you.
do, right?
They're in a
Well, because
compromised position.
I
They're in
heard
a
people
position
want their
right
money
now.
back for their ticket.
I mean, that's something Top Rank will have to deal with, but Keyshawn don't have to worry about that. The biggest blow to Keyshawn is obviously his brand took a shot, and also I'm pretty sure his payday is gone. But as far as responsibility and accountability to people who invested their time and money into being part of this event, that's not on him. Maybe Bob Arum might want to speak to it, but Keyshawn doesn't have anything to worry about from my position. I don't think so. I do think though that Keyshawn is in a very interesting position because he has Turkey Al-Sheikh who's trying to back up a lot of his plays. We don't know what fueled his confidence and moving the way he did. We can always assume that he was just stupid, right? But there's another part of the conversation where Keyshawn is playing chess, not checkers. And and shout out to TV40 right here, who's saying something very interesting to what I was saying earlier. I'll read it first. He says, Claymore, how do you feel about Floyd in the ear of Ryan, who missed 3 pounds, and then in the corner of Keyshawn, who missed 3 pounds? The limit he was 4 pounds, 4 and change. The limit they won't allow a reweigh, coincidence, or a plan. Listen, man, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna say that I don't think it's a coincidence that Floyd has been involved in these situations in the background, having these conversations with these kids. You know what I'm saying? But I will tell you this at the same time. Let's not get it twisted. It worked for Ryan. It didn't work for Keyshawn. But what is Keyshawn getting ready to go do at 140? If Keyshawn lines up a fight with the Teofimo Lopez, which I think is very realistic, I think that's something that could happen. Or whatever else at 140. If this is a way for Keyshawn Davis to get into the conversation with Turkey finally, because it's one thing to be a ring ambassador, but it's another thing to be an active fighter with Turkey. This fight that he was having, he wasn't going to be an active fighter with Turkey, even though I heard Turkey's been paying for these top rank events. If this was a play for Keyshawn Davis, then tomorrow might be a better day for him, and he might be able to rebound from this a lot faster than I think a lot of people think he's going to.
I think we're trying to give too much credit about chess move plays right now. He just expected De Los Santos to crack under the pressure and take the fight, and they backfired. Simple as that. And simple as that. Now, does he have other chess moves down the line? Yeah, but that was not the play here. The play here was to be the weight bully dude. I'm going to force you to fight me because you got a lot of pressure. You need the money. You know what I mean? This is a Dominican guy from over there. They ain't not a lot of money. You know what I mean?
No, he didn't. I don't think he planned on the fight not happening. I thought he thought the play was going to be sweet. He thought De Los Santos.
Exactly. And it backfired. You know what I mean? And so now he's, plan B. Yeah, it could be other chess moves, but for right now,
Just blew up.
he
You
he
know
messed up big time.
what sucks about it though is that I said to somebody yesterday, Keyshawn was truly knocking on the door of stardom. And this is a massive blow to where you wanted to go. Maybe you got something planned in the future that we don't know about, but just right now, you had a homecoming fight against a high quality opponent that a lot of people don't seem to want to fight, and you kind of pooped the bed, so to speak. You know what I mean? Whether you did it on purpose or not, you should have been professional and made that fight.
Yo, he has superstars coming. Shaq was coming to the fight. You know, we all saw Michael Vick. We got some stars that were coming to this fight.
This is a big blunder. This is a big egg on his face. Shout out to Hood Rich. Yeah, Rich, I had surgery, dental surgery, so I'm all swollen and messed up right now, man. That's why I'm looking the way I'm looking, bro.
Hey, you look at Shaq. You look swollen because you couldn't tell with the beard. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say something real fast? I don't mean any disrespect to anybody, but it's clear that you had something going on. What's understood don't have to be explained or spoken on. Come in here, talk boxing, and keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's look, to be frank, it's obvious that something's going on.
Right.
We don't. This is almost like when somebody dies. Somebody gets on Facebook. How did he die? It doesn't matter. He died. It doesn't matter how he died.
You know what I mean? Let me live. Let
it be, bro. And no disrespect to anybody who's asking the question. I don't know. Maybe it's a mature minds thing. Like the older people just get it.
Right.
But certain things just don't need to be explained or talked about. Now let's move on.
No doubt. Salute, Echo. How you doing, brother? How's it going on the other side of the pond?
I'm talking.
Everything's good, Clay. Everything's good. I agree with what he just said there. You know, it doesn't matter now. It's done now. So no point elaborating or thinking about, you know, the whys and, you know, it's done. It was just something he shouldn't have done.
Yeah. It's something he shouldn't have done. Do you think this is the worst thing that could ever happen to Keyshawn? Because there's a part of me that says this is a horrible thing. But once again, learning opportunities, a young fighter who has an opportunity. How many fighters get to mess up like this but have a Turkey Al-Sheikh in the background who can help him clean up? Because at the end of the day, he's a talented fighter. He's an exciting fighter to watch. He can rebound from this, right? Like this could be a learning experience that builds him up to be the fighter. At least he didn't do this in front of a Tank Davis or Teofimo Lopez or, you know what I mean? A big fight. He did that in front of a De Los Santos. As bad as this is, can this actually be another climax for Keyshawn Davis in comparison to what he went through when he popped on his marijuana test with Nahir Albright? He came back even stronger. He bounced back even stronger. Does he do that in this situation?
I'm thinking about his mental.
Compounded how you feel about him now. You know, because obviously he's done one thing, he's done another. So you're probably thinking, well, what is he going to do next? But he can get over this, really, if it's just what it. If he's really decided he don't want to be at that weight, you know, then he shouldn't have took the fight. Simple as that.
Right.
But it's over now. Like you just said, you know, just move on.
Yeah, I agree. What were you saying, HLD?
I'm you know, these kids are frail, bro. They're mentally frail, and bro, I can only imagine what's going through his mind right now, because I know he did not expect the fight not to go through. You know what I mean? And with all, you know, hey, these kids, they live and die on social media of what people think and how it is and all that. It's really important to these kids. However they are, but this is part of their lives. I grew up without it, right? We didn't have social media growing up, but this is part of their lives. And so this kid, he did all that stuff yesterday, all week, blah, blah, blah. And now look, you're not even fighting on your main card. And so I can only imagine what he's going through in his mind and how strong is he going to pull from this. You know what I mean? To get back on the horse as you speak to what's plan B? You know what I mean? So for right now, whatever happens to him, he hasn't even said a word, to my understanding. No apologies, no nothing.
Facts.
You know? Yeah. And so I think about that.
No accountability whatsoever.
The other part of that is that you stand on a scale 4.5 pounds overweight, you start flexing your muscles. Bro, you look like a middleweight.
Oh, that was just nasty. Smiling like
yeah, you grinning and smiling. The grin makes me wonder if he has something up his sleeve, man.
Bro, when I'm watching the live, right? And so I heard 139.3, but then he's just flexing, and so I'm like, did I hear 134.3 or what?
But look though.
And so I stopped the live and I went back and I was like, hold on, let me hear it. I'm like, what?
The way he reacted, you would have thought he made weight, I swear.
I thought I heard wrong. You know, I'm like, bro, man, I got to clean my ears.
I'm like, wait, I thought the same exact thing. Because hold on 1 second. Something like that happened before with I'm trying to remember who it was, but they jumped on the scale and the guy said the wrong number, so he flexed, and then they were like, and the guy had to change it. Like, oh no, it was this other number. Like, so I thought that happened. I thought maybe they said it was supposed to be 134.3, and he said 139.3. To see him celebrating the weight. It was. I think, yeah. It just added to the whole embarrassment of the situation.
How much shit did everybody give Limos when that happened back then? You know what I mean?
Rightfully so. It go both ways. But it's even worse for Keyshawn. Hey man, Keyshawn somewhere so sick right now. Just somewhere sick. He's depressed. He's like laying on his floor right now. He blew it. This is different. Hey, bro, all bad choices in boxing and life aren't created equal. Listen to me. Look, let's start where we're at. This is supposed to be him at home in Norfolk, Virginia, but not just him at home, his homecoming as champ. As in November, he already showed out with his marching band, the whole culture, everything, everybody, all his people in Norfolk, Virginia. That's why I say it's deeper than boxing. If you use life too, homie, you feel me? And it's like you go to Madison Square Garden and get the belt, and then you come back to Norfolk. Come on, bro, you're a legend in your town. They put all this promo behind you. You're doing all these behind the scenes like you fight 8 people and you good and in camp and ain't nobody touching you with this stupid ass shit. But to make a long story short, it's like, bro, you can't blow it like this. There's no excuse for him. That's why there's gonna be a whole bunch of conspiracy theories, but it don't matter. You can't do that. They made you the face of Top Rank, and you blew it. They gave you the biggest budget, and you blew it.
And you know you're starting to make it when the A-list stars are coming to your fight.
Exactly. You left AI, you left Vic, you left bad news hanging, homie.
You got Diesel coming, bro. Like what?
And you got a whole bunch of people that's just from there. Like, listen, we're out here. Come on, man. You feel me? Hometown hero. That's why patience is a sad mistake. I cook him. I'm a spanker, but at the same time, it'd be like you got to give him wise counsel, bro. That's why we talk about it's a generational thing. This social media is not good because not only are you not supposed to be filming this goofy ass shit, you feel me? You ain't even supposed to be doing it. That's what type of that's the generational gap we having right here. You feel me? We're talking about standing on it. They say anything for clicks. They talk like clickbait, and it's like, bro, you got to stand on your word, especially when it comes to boxing. You got to stand on your word, homie.
Bradley, I think, said had he came crawling to the scale, like, bro, I'm trying, bro.
Yeah, but that's why Devin Haney looked like Skeletor getting at 135 because he'll be damned if he miss. And y'all just gonna call him a weight bully. That's why Frank Martin looked hella skinny when he got to Tank.
Bro, but shout out to De Los Santos. De Los Santos 2 years off, blood clot issues.
And that's why we got to give him his credit. I didn't have no credit for De Los Santos, but I respect his professionalism, and I'm now a fan of De Los Santos because it's not fair. He had a whole culture. He had fans base behind him saying that he could get Keyshawn out of there. And now it's like, yeah, they ran. You feel me? So we hope De Los Santos get a fight in the next 60 days. You feel me? Let him headline some shit. You feel me?
I know it was going to be a good balanced crowd of Dominicans and African Americans were going to be there. It was a balanced crowd because everybody's right there. You know what I mean? So
De Los Santos in New York and let him do his thing. You feel me?
No, those East Coast fights are easy to put together and get that type of crowd because they're so close. Like in the East Coast, you got
yeah, but let them headline though. They should let De Los Santos headline.
But who's he gonna fight? You know, would have been ill.
Whoever.
If they would have put
let him fight Bertalla.
Abdullah Mason against De Los Santos for the vacant belt.
Yep.
Vacant belt, exactly. That
would have been the play for me.
Yeah,
that can still be the play.
Nah, they're kind of like letting cement to what it is.
Yeah, they would have did it like how they did Sebastian and Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what? Let's bring these two guys together and let's make this a big championship fight. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm still a Keyshawn Davis fan. You know what I mean? But this is nasty work from Keyshawn. I'm not gonna lie. This is nasty work, bro. It's hard to get behind you, brother, when you do stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I can't get behind this play. This was a horrible play by Keyshawn, and I agree with HLD 100%. It blew up right in his face. The cancellation had to be like, "What? That man ain't gonna fight me?" Yeah,
give him all my purse, bro.
Yeah, give him up. I ain't wanted to go that far. Yeah, bro. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes.
Yeah, man.
And the thing is, wasn't supposed to take that fight. He made a wise decision.
And the thing is that they tried to then make the rehydration at the 10 pounds from where he lost, where he only came down to 139. Like, had he at least tried to come down to 137, and then we said 10 pounds from that, I can see that. Okay, not too bad. But no, we're gonna go up to one. That means you're gonna blow up to 160, 165, my boy. So we know that that's gonna happen that night.
But here's what I think how he weighed on the scale, and I don't know if it's true or not, but my speculation is that no, they weighed in. He weighed in at 139 in the morning. He was probably like 150 when he got up
When you're
there.
on that
He
scale,
probably
right?
tried, and he was
That
just
was a
too. He was
ceremonial,
really,
yeah.
it was really bad. So that's what I'm saying. Think about how much he rehydrated during the day. So he slacked off, and don't think if he really tried to do it, then he
No, but
would rehydrate
that
all
wasn't a
day.
ceremonial. That wasn't
Yeah,
a
that's what I'm
ceremonial.
saying. No, was it? Was it the actual
No,
scale then? Because I don't
that was
know.
the actual. That's why it was so late. You know that it's normally in
Oh,
the morning, about 10 in the morning. That one
Right,
was like 2 o'clock.
right.
they did it
So they
live
were
on the
giving him
scale. So
more
you think that's
chances
live?
to.
That was just live?
Yeah, they were trying to give him a chance to make the weight. He was probably
That's why
having
I
an
need some
incident.
confirmation if that was a real weigh-in or if it was
No, that was a
ceremonial.
real weigh-in because if you shot De Los Santos, he still was looking like Skeletor. He didn't
Yeah, he
rehydrate.
was. You're right. That was a real one because he looked like a skeleton. You're right, and he made
Yeah.
weight.
Yo, hold on, guys. Let me bring in Teach, and then I want Echo to tap in. Teach, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, Claymore? Welcome to the panel.
Good, man. Good to see you, man. I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. How's everything been with you?
Good. Hope you're feeling, a little bit better, right?
Yeah, it looks worse than it is. You know what I mean? It's just, my face is reacting, and you know what I mean, to the trauma. But in reality, I'm in good spirits. I'm just talking funny because everything's swollen inside my mouth and on my chin. I'm good though.
All right.
So what's good, man? So what you think about our boy Keyshawn, man? You disappointed?
All right. So actually, I want to touch on, both topics
Okay.
because fans are pretty much looking forward to, the Teo Haney negotiation to go right. And then we were looking forward to this Keyshawn fight. But with this whole Teofimo thing, I watched a little bit of his, live on X. And so to Teofimo, it's like, he's moving, with strategy, right? He's not trying to be too risky. So it's like he's pretty much saying, I'm not gonna fight if I don't feel like things are on his terms. Basically, that's what he's saying. But at the same time, it's kind of backfiring though, because fans were excited. It looks like the date was set already, and now the fight's not happening. And people are calling duck, right? While Devin Haney was like willing to make the fight since he agreed to everything, he signed his part. So this kind of shines a bright light on Haney coming off of a bad Jose Ramirez loss, right? Like nobody's really talking about Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez right now. They're just talking about how Teo ducked, right? And then it looks like Lopez, like Teo made like genuinely feel like timing is too soon. But the money was good, and he's like walking away from a big fight right now, killing the momentum. But at the same time, in his life, he pretty much says, "We have time." That's what he said in his life. We have time to make these fights in the future. Right now, though, you're killing the momentum, and you're walking away from a huge payday, right? Right now, Turkey is the only one who is willing to pay that kind of money for this fight. And if you wait until you hit your 30s, Turkey might not be there anymore. You might not get that huge payday, right? The fight may be worth less in the future. So I think he just missed out on a big opportunity not taking the money to make this fight. To me this fight between Haney and Teo would have been a good fight. Anybody could win pretty much. At the same time, I just feel Teo is afraid of that style, especially what happened in the Jermaine Ortiz fight, right? Where Jermaine Ortiz was pretty much sticking and moving, and who pretty much gave Jermaine Ortiz pointers, in that camp, it was the Haney's pretty much. So Teo knows what type of style to expect. If he fights Haney. With this whole Keyshawn thing, Keyshawn messed up, man. Like I wasn't too worried about what Keyshawn said to Mason. And I don't call it clout chasing. To me, that's just exerting his dominance. He was pump faking, but he was just trying to be dominant in that situation. But everything after that, like him missing weight, like that was unprofessional. He wasn't trying to make weight if he came like 4 pounds overweight. And I'm pretty much happy that Samson, they refused to fight. They got paid, refused to fight. That's the right thing to do, because that's like PBC is pretty much lending one of their guys, their stars, to Top Rank. You got to be professional in that situation, man. You just have to be. So Keyshawn just messed up this whole thing. I don't know what happens in his future, but we'll see.
Yeah. I commented on the Tio situation earlier just to say that, like I said, I don't hide my hand when it comes to Tio. I think he's playing himself. I think he's been playing himself for a while. Salute to all his fans. I know HLD's a fan of Tio, and HLD's a straight boxing, like, he ain't nothing to play with in real life when it comes to his boxing talk. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, Teofimo's done unnecessary things, bro. And where Teofimo's always shined at is inside that ring. And all these outside the ring antics he's gotten himself involved with, triggering, jumping into conversations, just being the person he's being, it's cornered him. It's put him in a situation where he has a limited amount of resources to tap into to get what he wants to happen. And you played with Turkey's face with the dictator thing. The only person who's really saving you from the ultimate consequence, which is Bob Arum doing with you as he feels like doing with you, because you haven't been able to get out the Bob Arum conversation for years now, threatening retirement, going on Twitter. Nothing's been able to shake you of that 95-year-old lawyer, tenured, experienced promoter who's not hearing none of that, right? You finally got Turkey Al-Sheikh, who's like, I'm going to put out this olive branch and put you into these fights as long as I can. I'm going to put you in the best fights possible, and you're playing games. Now, here you are, you walk away from the Devin Haney situation, which was an opportunity. There was a story behind you guys. There's a legacy behind you guys from 135 all the way up to 140. And you play the game of, you should have entitled A-side privileges, or you should, you shouldn't be, you should be the guy who's in charge to dictate the terms because you had the fight of the night on a card full of fights that were trash. You know what I'm saying? You overvalue yourself. You're overvaluing yourself. Other promoters have spoken on it. Eddie Hearn has spoken about how you're a delusional person. You carry that Lomachenko victory and that quote-unquote undisputed championship you got there, and beating a undisputed champion who wasn't undisputed when you fought him, and Josh Taylor. You carry that on your shoulders like this crown, and you act like everybody owes you all this respect, but nobody seems to be able to garner that respect for you in the way of it manifesting into money and big fights. I believe Teofimo is his worst enemy. And I think the worst thing about what's going on with Teofimo is it doesn't look like he has any adults around him that he respects enough to listen to. So his father and him have this dynamic where he can just talk to his father and put him in his place and has his father humble. Years ago, I felt like the father was way more in control. And then Bob Arum is the devil. So you're not listening to Bob Arum. So nobody's advice matters anymore. So you just do whatever you feel like doing it, right? You say whatever you feel like saying, and you can see the recklessness, not only in the way you talk, but even in the way you fight now with no strategy.
Real quick, Clay, let me interject real fast. Ray just texted me and said, let you know he back on the live waiting for you.
Oh, okay.
All right.
There he is.
You
know what I mean? So yeah, so Teofimo, I watch him. That's what I do. I watch him. We'll see what he does. I think that there's a good chance that Keyshawn play might have a little bit to do with Tio. Personally, I think that'll be a great fight. Let's see what ends up happening. But I do think the games are going to hurt him in the long run more than they benefit him. And I see no evidence of the games benefiting him. It benefits him in that we're talking about him, but I haven't seen him fight in the ring manifest off of that nonsense. The closest thing he had was fighting an Arnold Barbosa on a Ring Magazine card. I have not seen none of these antics he's done manifest into Teofimo coming up yet.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, exactly. I want HL to build on it because I know he's gonna put some perspective on this because this is his fighter. I know he's gonna.
All right. So
HFD, salute to you.
oh, salute, man.
Blaze, Echo, Teach, salute to everybody. Frequent Flyer, I miss you. Flyer Frequency, miss you on the chat. Salute
Peace,
to
Ray.
you.
Salute, Ray.
I just wanted to say hello to everybody. HLD, please start so I can cook you. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Look, I think we like right now, Claymore already started talking, and we conflate different parts of about Teal. Yeah, obviously the antics outside of the ring, the antics is one thing, and I think many of us would say we don't approve of it. But that has nothing to do with the business side and what he does in the ring and who he is and who he has to and how he has to be respected. And who is that man? That's the 140-pound champion, the lineal champion. Period. Let's not talk about the past. We're talking about today. Now, the whole thing with this Devin Haney. Let me ask you something. There was not a damn soul on earth that was clamoring on May 3rd. We want to see Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez. Not a damn soul. We wanted him to retire. Nobody wants to see him again. I paid that whole because I bought both pay-per-views right because we had the package deal. And I'm like, this guy stole my money that night. And he wasted my evening. And so I don't want to see him again. That's where I was at. Yo, build yourself up. Forget about fighting about Teofimo, because that was not even the conversation. I'm looking forward to Teo and Boots. That was on the contract, and that's what was expected. Now, when Bill Haney found out that Ryan Garcia's off the table, he played it right. He got our media to get on board to try to make this this thing about Teo and Devin Haney when it's supposed to be Teo and Boots. Now, Teo's contract was broken by Turkey. Teo didn't break his contract. He had a contract, and the contract said his next fight is a certain amount of dollars, and for Boots or an equal elite competent fighter of his status. Well, that ain't no damn Devin Haney. That ain't no Devin Haney. And so when Bill tried to play his thing with Turkey, let's submit the fight now with Turkey, because Boots said he doesn't want to fight. They try to get Teo a take it or leave a deal for a lot less money. And yeah, did he react the wrong way? I told him myself that you don't go public lashing out, calling this man a dictator because he gave you a take it. You got to handle that in the behind the scenes. So what he did was wrong, and I don't think there's not a person on earth that would say that he was right. He's right to be pissed off, but he wasn't right to do that in public, especially to a man of Turkey stature, because this man is not only money, bro. There's a lot more power behind that money when it comes to Turkey out of sheet. And all you got to do is Google. Yeah. Google what happened in Saudi Arabia in the embassy. And who was in that building when that reporter got chopped up. That's all I got to say. Yeah. So you got to mind your mouth. You got to know who you're talking to.
Yeah, he can get into his feelings if he feels like it.
Shit. No, it ain't no feelings. It's actions. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I'm just saying, if he feels some kind of way, he has the ability to act on it in a lot of ways people don't have to.
So I agree with everyone here with that what he did was immature, lashing out in public like that. You handled that behind the scenes. Now, regardless to the point, no, that was not a fight I never wanted to see. Not now. I don't want to see Teo chasing this man for 12 rounds. What? No. I had no interest in that fight. I don't care how it was. I had no interest in it. That's my opinion. So I'm glad that this fight ain't happening today. Now, maybe if Devin Haney shows that he's got some balls again and he's going to fight, then had he marked Ramirez, who was there for the taking, he was set up to kill this land, and he ran. Now, Tim Tszyu he got beat up by remember how he got beat up by Fandora, got smashed by the next fight, but then they fed him Spencer, and he passed the test. All right, you come in the fight. Yeah, Spencer's not a big name or a big time fighter. Neither is Ramirez at this washed old age that he's at. So he was supposed to pass that test. Had he passed that test, I would have been like, hey man, it's a good fight. I'm just talking about it's a good fight. It's not a good fight for me right now. I have no interest in watching Devin Haney. Period. Show me something, and then yeah. So I'm glad that this fight didn't happen. You want to call it a duck? I could care less. The first thing in box and businesses, keep your word. And Turkey did not keep his word. Point blank, period. Pay the man. He carried your promotion. He performed that night. Pay the man. That's not his fault that these other guys did it. So that's where I'm at with that. When it comes to Devin Haney and Teal, I'm glad it's not happening. Poo-hoo to those who wanted it, but I don't care. I didn't want to see that trash fight.
Yeah. So check this real quick, right? I've never seen so much hate for Devin with a man who shares the same initials as him. Matter of fact, I don't think you can say Devin Haney without HLD or HDL because his middle name does have an L in it. So it looks like you just reversed his name.
Stick to the topic, my man. I didn't go into anything else.
I know it's cool. No,
I'm not. I didn't drag Claymore's name through the mud. I'm not dragging your name through the mud to make a point.
No. We're not. No, listen.
Oh, well, then stick to what I said if you mind. If not, there's nothing to talk about.
Let me get to the point, right? Let me get to the point. So you're saying that Tio shouldn't have a fight because Devin's performance didn't live up to your standards, but yet Tio is the guy that was offered money. You're saying that he was expected to have a fight with Boots when Boots decided that he didn't want to fight Tio, so Tio was left without a dance partner, and so was Devin. So therefore, it was only right because they were in the same tournament, not once, but for the second time, they were in the same tournament where Tio now refused to fight Devin in the tournament. So you're saying that Tio is the guy that should have just been rewarded when he wanted to be rewarded. And he even though he doesn't have the right to say the things he said that were publicly to Turkey, you know what I mean? He was frustrated because he didn't get his way. In a fight with Boots, who was probably, in most people's eyes, a much better fighter than Devin and a much stronger fighter than Devin.
Absolutely, he is.
Okay, and okay, that's up to subjection, right? That's a
There's no subjection. Does anybody here think that Boots is lesser fighter than Devin Haney today?
Are we looking at the eye test, or are we looking at the resume, and we're looking at the accolades? Because if you're going to go by that, then the best fighter out of all three guys is Devin Haney.
No, he ain't.
Okay.
He just got smashed by Ryan Garcia, and he ran for 12 rounds. That guy is not at that level today.
Listen. You're saying what he did. So just like you and everyone else probably said that Boots looked bad in the fight with Karen Kakajun. He looked bad in the fight with Avanesian. Right?
But he looked good with Stanionis, right?
It doesn't. Let me get my point across.
Let him build, HL. Don't distract him so you don't get lost.
Right. So people have always said critical things about boxers. Boxers don't have to fight for you. They fight for themselves, number one. Number two, they don't have to put on the performance you want. If a man doesn't cut off the ring, it's not just the man that's sitting there punching him and moving around the ring. Okay? There's more than one. And last I checked, Theo lost to Jermaine Ortiz. He lost to Sandra Martin and got the nod. So you want to talk about performances? Then he had a guy that walked straight to him, beat him up in his own event where he came out looking like the daggone circus clown guy from the greatest show on earth and still looked terrible. And the guy walked right to him, questioned himself if he still had it. What rematch Cambosis and get it back in blood? But you wanted Devin to get it back in blood. When Devin got cheated, Devin was against the ropes. The man came out with no Osirine and looked stale. He looked like a different person. He looked like a person that had no chance in the ring. He didn't know what he was doing. And talk about he hurt his hand and his shoulders messed up. So we're gonna criticize Devin for a cheat? Yes, a cheat. We're gonna criticize and we're gonna uplift Tio, who refused to fight the guy who beat him in a rematch and offered him the rematch. We're going to criticize Devin for calling out Tio not once, not twice, not three, not four, but 5 times now, and Tio ducked him. And then we try to pull up, he was trying to take Tio's belt, and he wanted to make the fight there, blah, 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 and they sent him an offer, and Bob sent them an offer. No, where does that offer come from? That offer was sent from Turkey Al-Sheikh, and it was for a certain price. Tio turned down more money to fight on his network, which is understandable. He don't have to sit there and fight in Saudi Arabia, Devin, because he wanted to fight at home or wherever the case may be in Manhattan and Bob said the offer. No, because I'm not fighting. I'm the A side, bro. Devin is the A side in that match. You can laugh all you want.
Hey, he's the A side, and that's why his purse bid went for only $1.5 million.
Outside of Gervonta Tank Davis, outside of Canelo Alvarez, outside of Bud Crawford, Devin Haney is the fourth biggest name in boxing today under the heavyweight division. And he is the A side in most fights that he's going to get into, aside from those 4 fighters. So if anybody has something to say and be laughing at, you're right. It should be Tio. You're not taking that fight. He just ducked $11 million. I don't care.
No, you see, now you're capping. It's not 11 million. It was 11 million for Boots. Period.
Oh my goodness.
Period. Period.
You say this like you see the contracts, bro.
My man, I know more than you. I promise you that.
Okay, you know more than me.
Promise you that.
Okay. You know more than me.
Right. It was for Boots.
Hold on.
Ain't nobody paying that no 11 million. That's why he said dictator.
Okay, whatever. Now he's a dictator.
No, whatever. You just want to ignore the fact that Turkey broke his word on his end.
He broke his
word. And so you're supposed to just go with whatever they say? No, man. In business, when you sign a contract, you got to honor your word.
You said this already, right? I disputed that. How does Turkey force Boots to get in the ring with Tio if Boots has his own agenda? He doesn't have to fight him. He's the champion.
All right, he doesn't have him. He doesn't have to, but the contract says it's either Boots next or a capital fighter.
Where did Boots sign that contract?
My man, are you listening?
Listen, man.
When did Tio sign the contract? Okay, so Tio has to sign for Devin Haney, who never signed for Devin Haney, but Boots gonna have to sign.
You know what?
What's the double standard here?
I'm glad you said that. So yes, he did, because it was the winner of Boots and Tio, apparently, right, was going to fight the winner of Devin and Ryan. So what you do, you eliminated 2 of the contenders, and you got those 2. So therefore, they did sign up to fight each other. And
pay the man what he's due. Not what you're trying to shortchange him on.
Started to duck the big ones.
Don't shortchange him.
So you haven't even heard from him.
Bro, don't shortchange him. Simple as that.
All right.
They changed the contract. Why would I want to do business with you once you break your word?
He broke his. How did he break his word when the fighter?
I just told you. Don't act like I explained that already.
Now you're putting it on. Hold on, time out. I don't want to argue with you because this is
you can't be. You have no facts.
No. What do you mean I don't have facts? It played out in front of us. I'm repeating.
Exactly. Tio that stopped because Turkey gave him a take it or leave it versus Devin Haney at a much less price.
At what point do you not understand? Boots was not interested in that fight.
It doesn't matter. The contract is for $11 million for Boots or a capital fight of that status.
It was $6.5 million for Boots, bro. I don't know where you're getting $11 million from. Show me the contract where it said $11 million for Boots.
You show me the contract that said $6 million.
What? Oh, I'll get it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get it. Hold on, no, I'm gonna get it. That's not an issue. I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna show you. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry about that, man. I'll get it to you.
I think, look, we're running in circles. I don't want to argue with you. I was trying to build with you.
Pull up the facts.
But it's cool. Go ahead.
Pull up the receipts if you want and put it up, and then we'll post it up. But look, at the end of the day, however anybody wants to paint it, however Teofimo sees himself and feels, what to me is more important that as time has revealed with Teofimo Lopez is that no matter how much respect you think he deserves or think that he's earned, he doesn't get it. And he doesn't get it from the people who move the needle as far as money is concerned, as far as events are concerned. They treated Devin Haney like the A side to the negotiation with Tio, and that's the reality check that Tio had to get, and he feels some kind of way about.
Yeah, but
you may feel like Teofimo is the A side, HL, or you might feel like he is the A side but clearly he's not, right? Because that's why he's upset.
Tio, he's created a clown show around himself. He's devalued his own brand. Once upon a time, Tio was a star that everybody loved. He had a black fan base. He had a Latino fan base. But the things he does, he alienates people from him. Nobody cares about Tio, if we're being honest. I used to love Tio. He's my favorite young fighter. Nobody cares about Tio anymore.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, hold on one second.
He has to humble himself.
At the end of the day, you can say that shirt on your back is worth $5,000. But until somebody buys that damn thing, the devil's a damn liar.
You know it was worth $11 million when they were going to fight Boots.
But Boots ain't part of the conversation no more.
But they're getting that what was on the contract. Either Boots or a popular fighter.
They put that fight out there and they were willing to pay that money because that fight was worth that. But that fight is not there anymore. And
but the contract still shows it doesn't change the money. They change the money.
Well, HL, here comes the reality, right? Go make a fight. because you ain't got nothing on the
Well,
table.
let me promise you, Devin Haney got no options.
Tio is going to get left behind.
Let's see
Ain't
what
nobody.
happens. Tio's been playing this game for a long time. Let's see what
That,
happens.
Devin Haney got sent to go kick rocks because he ain't got nothing left.
The last time I checked, Teofimo was complaining, saying that he ain't never made over $1 million in boxing.
That's sarcasm, but we know that.
So he can continue to go on that mission and go ahead and look to make it. We know Devin's
I bet you. Hey, how many people are clamoring Devin Haney? Teofimo's off the table. Wait, didn't we have that hit list? How come we're not going on a rampage for the next hit list for Devin Haney? Hey, Keyshawn is available. Are we talking about Keyshawn and Devin Haney now?
Tio was going to find himself in a place where he's told to take it or leave it, and he's not going to do anything about it.
Devin Haney's team, as far as Bill, Devin, has shown and proven through history that they know how to negotiate and always find a way to put Devin in a position to make the money he needs to make.
What's the next fight for Devin Haney?
I have more faith in Devin Haney's ability to rebound from whatever situation people think that he's in and make it happen than Teofimo, who's unproven, who's never made a deal worth anything, who's never made no real money in the sport, who's always been crying. He hates black fighters because he feels like black fighters get paid more than him. They get treated better. And he has every excuse in the book. But you know why the excuses are there? Because he's never been able to manifest success in this game. And he wants
Devin Haney was about to fight on BLK Prime with Zach.
It don't matter if Devin Haney was getting ready to go fight Mark Chamberlain on a BLK Prime card. He would have walked out with more money fighting Mark Chamberlain on a BLK Prime card.
Haney,
like the $1.5 million that he got guaranteed versus Rango Steel with no back end. Like the $1.5 he made with Regis Prograde and no back end money.
Devin Haney could fight on the Food Network and he will make $10 million.
When it comes
he's made $3 million in his last 2 fights with no back end money.
Listen, when it comes to the business of boxing and the money making in the business side of boxing, Teofimo and his team cannot hold a candle to Devin Haney's side of the conversation.
Hey, what happened to Devin Haney's open market? Hey, what happened to Devin Haney's own purse bid?
What happened to
$1.5 million? He didn't even bid on it.
What happened to Teofimo's last bag? Where is it? Where's his big contract? Why is he trying to get out of a deal with Bob Arum? Why is he trying?
He's not out of a deal. He's no longer with Top Rank. He just got to pay promotional fees, but he's not with Top Rank.
Well, let's see what his next move. His next move is going to be his best move. That's what's going to tell the story.
It will be. It will be.
His next
but it ain't no Devin Haney shitty fight.
But right now, it looks the way it looks. We don't know what it is, but it looks.
Hey, I'm glad it ain't Devin Haney. I tell you that much. From the moment they try to play that media bullshit, now we got to go kick rocks. Go find somebody else, Bill.
Yeah,
one thing I agree with HLD is that Tio was promised a boots fight, and it didn't happen. But that's not because of Turkey though. It's Boots choosing.
It's not Turkey. It's Eddie Hearn's fault and Boots' fault.
Yeah, Boots decided not to take that fight. So it's not on Turkey. In fact, Turkey tried to make the alternative by setting up Tio and Devin. Now that Ryan and Rolly, they're completely off the table. So I think that was the next best choice, right? Again, some fans like HLD, may not be excited about this Tio and Haney fight because of his last performance, and that's fair. But if you know the history, right? Tio and Devin, they were supposed to fight back, when they were at 135. Like people wanted to see that fight then, right? And that background gives this fight like real weight right now, especially since you're getting paid a lot. So at the end of the day, it's like the money Tio is turning down now might not be there like in the future, man. And if he wants to take that gamble, that's on him.
Hey, he's playing chess move. We're giving Keyshawn Davis here right here in this panel. He playing chess move. Even though Blake fired on him, he might have, but Tio can't have no chess moves as the champion.
Again, let's see what happens.
So, Clank, let me jump in real fast. I just want to ask you a question about Tio and Devin, right? So Tio claims he wants Boots, right? That's the fight that most people don't give him a chance to win, but if he truly wants it, fine. In the meantime, you're being offered $11 million for a pillow-fisted, chinny guy.
Not true. Until that,
bro, please let me finish, bro. Please let me finish. He's been offered this from what I hear. I don't know how true it is, but I'm hearing $11 million was the offer. You have no justification to walk away from that fight because it's not the fight you want because you want to fight Boots. If this dude is so easy to beat, easy to fight, beat him up, get the money, and move on to Boots. Why are you not taking this fight? It's personal reasons now. Come on, man.
No,
Hey,
not well. Only if you talk about 11 million, which is cut.
Wait. 48 people in the building. Salute to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that. HLD, go ahead, man. You was about to cook and say something. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that. I mean, if we're gonna make the argument based on not real facts, then yeah, we can build this all up. Oh, but no, ain't nobody on earth paying no $11 million to go chase Devin Haney.
And that's a good point because, Turkey's bag, right? I mean, his prices are always out there. In my opinion, and this is only my opinion, like I don't think Turkey's giving out all that money. I think he's giving fighters their biggest paydays, but all that money that's reported, I don't think he's giving these guys all that. So in the case of this $11 million, I'm not sure. All I'm gonna say is Teo turned on his biggest payday, and that's about it.
I agree. I think even if it's not 11 million, I think it was going to be his biggest payday. It is what it is.
And there's no justification for it. You are a prize fighter. You don't like this dude. He don't like you. It's an easy fight to make. The money is there. There's no negotiation that needs to be done. Take the fight.
The negotiations work for him. Not only has his money changed, but who the hell is Devin Haney? What division is the 145 division? What pump is on the line at 145?
What does it matter where the weight is? If
it does matter because we're gonna fight Bootsies for 2 belts and a lineal belt. Now I'm the king at 140, right? So but then I'm not putting that.
HLD newsflash. Boots already told us what his intentions are. Teofimo, you have no leverage, and you call no shots to tell Boots to stop what he's doing to acquiesce you. You already know.
It's why does still have to acquiesce with fucking Devin Haney?
Because they are rivals.
Oh, because your feelings are that they're rivals.
Because if you want to talk about it, he already ducked him at 135 when he could have fought for Undisputed. He fought Cambosos instead.
You can't Undisputed with a Reggie belt that he had.
Devin had the WBC. Are you?
He had the Reggie belt.
Devin had the WBC.
He had the email belt. Email
franchise champion. Devin had the WBC.
I sent you the video how they gave it to him on the podium. Devin Haney was giving that belt on the podium.
No, I don't even yell, but you're full of shit right now. You're full of shit right now. I'm sorry. Let me bring it down. Teofimo is the franchise champion. Devin Haney had the regular, the real WBC. Teofimo chose to fight Cambosos because he didn't want to fight Devin and it blew up in his face. That's what happened to Teofimo. Don't lie and say he was the
IBF mandatory.
Devin Haney was the WBC.
IBF mandatory.
Devin Haney was the WBC and Teofimo didn't want it. Don't sit here and lie. I let you cook and I listen to you.
Yo, man, the franchise, aka Super
Bowl. Laugh all you want. Devin Haney was the real WBC champion.
Yeah, was the franchise. A real champion that got it on the podium.
He didn't want to fight.
My son don't accept participation trophies, bro.
So why didn't they fight? Okay,
my son don't accept participation trophies, bro.
Why didn't they fight? Hold up. Calm down.
My apologies. I'm gonna bring it down. My fault. I'm gonna do myself. My bad.
We can't understand what's going on. We don't hear all the words that's going on. So let's hear it. HL.
Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry, bro. I apologize, bro.
Yo, reclaimer. I'm glad you knew.
And HLD, my apologies for yelling at you.
Nah, man, you don't take this shit serious like that.
HLD gets yelled at way worse.
Well, no. Well, because this ain't really my stick. I don't like to yell at people. I say my yelling.
No. Yeah, we don't need to be yelling.
But bro, just tell me why they didn't fight at 135 if Devin was the WBC champion. Let me finish my question. I'll mute myself. Devin had the WBC. Teofimo had the other 3 belts he took off of Lomachenko. It was Lomachenko, right? That he got the belts off of. Right. Devin had the WBC. Why didn't they unify 135? HLD, I'm going to mute myself.
Because there's not a unification with a Reggie belt and the super belt of the WBC, basically, aka franchise. Second, Cambosos was a mandatory by the IBF.
Unifications trump mandatories.
You got to pay $20,000. Go ahead, Mr. Bill Haney. Because guess what? In November of 20,
I'll be right back.
In November,
mandatories.
In November of that same year, they could have negotiated, bring the $4 million from Eddie Hearn, which he never did. Never did to fight Teofimo, no contract. If you had a mandatory that was ordered by the IBF, which was Cambosos.
Hey, you something else. I'll give you that. You something else. I'll give you that. You are something else.
Let me ask you this. And y'all, anybody can answer.
But I mean, we're getting old stuff. I'm talking about today, though.
Yo, chill, bro. You gotta let people talk, bro. Listen, I get it. You know,
Bro, it's 5 against 1. What are we talking about?
Listen, bro, I get it. You gotta let us talk when we're talking. It goes back and forth, but if you keep cutting everybody off, we're not going to get to our points. And the point is, it's like you're doing it because you want to interrupt. And maybe I'm wrong. Salute, Blue. It's like you're interrupting so people get thrown off their conversation. Let people build. You can respond to it. We're going back. It's an open mic. Let everybody have their chance. That's number one. It's only a matter of respect from amongst men that are up here on this panel. You know what I mean? We gotta let this be a round robin type deal. We can't just cut people off because we.
Are you monitoring me, my man? Or are we gonna keep on with that?
Hold on.
Bro, let's move on.
Yo, listen. It's so easy, bro. Just listen. All you gotta do is just write down certain points that you hear.
My man, you're not gonna tell me how to do something, bro. You wanna go there, but you're not gonna school me like you're my daddy here, bro.
Bro,
keep it moving.
Listen,
Ray, can I jump in?
man. Get out.
This is not my first time on a panel, my man.
Listen to me. I'm trying to talk to you, and I'm trying to tell you how we run the show here. This is not Battle Royale, bro. That's all. I'm trying to explain to you the rules of the show. We don't do that. That's it. But you're sitting here and you're trying to big off everybody like, yo, I'm the head honcho. I don't care about that, bro. It's easy. We're all here to talk and we're all here to have a conversation.
We all got a lot to say, but we got to respect each other.
But
myself
we
included.
Myself everybody
included.
having their point, and we can't do that. We're not going to get nowhere. We're going to have everybody yelling at each other.
Right.
I'm not trying to cut you off and trying to belittle you. I'm asking you respectfully. But listen, I can get just as crazy as you too, but I'm not. I'm going to compose myself. I don't have female energy.
My man, you're pointing me out as one of the others that were yelling at the same time. Either you're going to stop or we're going to move on, or I can whatever, man.
Going. You can't stop. It's like you roll. Chill. Seriously.
How long are you going to keep on with your rant?
Hey, Ray, can I jump in, man? Can we get back to boxing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yo.
No, you don't want
to me, my man.
Point for T. So can we get back to boxing?
Amen.
Thank you. I'm trying to get
let
get his words in. Everybody go on mute, please. Everybody go on mute. Write down what you need to say. It's super easy, man.
Come on, let's go.
Go ahead, Ross Clark.
Take control, Claymore, please.
Yeah, so what I want to say is, I mean, I know like everybody is, getting the emotions high because of the whole Tio and Devin situation. For me, at the end of the day, Devin beat the guy that beat Tio. He's above. I don't care what nobody say. That puts him above Tio. Number two, Tio was a racist scumbag. I don't care what he do. He using Boots' name to sell his fights, but he really don't want to fight him. All that talking don't mean nothing until y'all sitting down at a negotiation table actually trying to make a fight. Otherwise, Tio was just doing what he do, being a racist scumbag. And number three, I'm really upset that Keyshawn Davis didn't make weight. It's BS. He's a weight bully, and I'm glad that De Los Santos turned down the fight. I hope that we can all get back to boxing and stop talking this nonsense, going back and forth. Because at the end of the day, Tio was just talking. That's all he do is talk. And I don't understand why people don't realize that. Because I get it. Devin get a lot of hate because of his performances or whatever. But we just going to ignore the fact that Claggett beat the shit out of Tio. We just going to ignore the fact that Sandor Martin beat the shit out of Tio. So let's not go act like it's just Devin Haney not performing or whatever. Tio has plenty of bad performances, and one of them is the guy that Devin Haney beat twice.
Yeah.
Is it my time to rebuttal or something? I don't know. Everybody quiet now.
Yeah, no rebuttal. Yeah, hold on. What I want to do is I want to bring Echo in the building. I want Echo to get up and say something, bro. So
I agree with everything that Rasclot said there. Yeah. Everything.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say. I cannot go any further than that. Only then Tio, after he beat Lomar, it just went to his head. And that's it. That's all I've got to say.
Listen,
yeah.
I want to say this, right?
To be honest, I mean, when he beat, what's his name? Tommy, I thought, yeah, this guy's going to be on a roll. He's going to do better and better and better. But he didn't. And that's the shape of things that happened. It's debatable, whether he beat what's his name, Sandor Martin, and the fight with Ortiz, that could have been given the other way as well.
Yeah,
you know,
and he got knocked on his head by Steve Claggett. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Teofimo has always shown remnants of greatness. It was there that he could do great things. He's always shown the possibilities. When you see Teofimo, you see the possibilities. And I think when you look at the fans of Teofimo, they see the possibilities in Teofimo. They want him to get the opportunity because they believe that Teofimo is the kind of fighter who fights down to his competition. They believe that when you put him in the ring against the best fighters, that you have an opportunity to see the best Teofimo. And I've even subscribed to that idea before. I'm starting to become less enchanted with the idea of the competition being what makes Teofimo who he is. But at the same time, I understand the logic, the math behind the thinking that if you put him in front of a Boots, that's going to be a real challenge for him, a real danger. He's going to improve what we as his fans have known for years, that he's just never had a chance to show because we've seen it against Lomachenko, but then he had a horrible performance against Kambosos. Then we've seen it against Josh Taylor, right? But then we've seen a horrible performance with Jermaine Ortiz. He just hasn't been consistent, and they want him to get into a position the way he's consistent. And I think the fan base, in my personal opinion, is scared of Teofimo fighting people that they don't think Teofimo will get up to fight against, because they feel like if he doesn't have that right guy in front of him, he's going to fight in a different way. I think that speaks to Teofimo's mental strength. I think he's mentally weak when it comes to that. I think he does a lot of capping in his talk because of his mental weakness. I think he tries to cover up his insecurities and his mental weakness in his mouth running all the damn time. We see people like this. We grew up with them in school. They talk big. They act like they something. They always got something to say. They're always in the room doing something because they're pushing a narrative that's probably not real. As soon as a bully come across the room, as soon as somebody come across who's slapping their mouth, they get real humble. T.O. gives me that vibe. Always got something to say, but won't take the fight. Won't fight Sabril. Won't unify in his own division. Won't look to fight Gary Antoine Russell. Won't look to unify with Richard Higginson. Won't look to fight Devin Haney. No, what does he do? He shoots for the moon. He says, I want Terrence Crawford at 154. He says, I want Boots Ennis at 147. Even if these guys say 100 times, we're not interested in fighting you, you're not in my division, I don't care about fighting you, he'll push that. And the fans of his will jump behind that and they'll say, look at Teofimo trying to be great. Look at him trying to challenge himself. He wants to fight the biggest and baddest guys in the game. But the reality is those guys have no incentive to fight Teofimo. The fights that are there for Teofimo to be made, he has no interest in making those fights. Bob Arum can't do nothing with him because the fights that Bob Arum wants to put in front of Teofimo, he's not interested in. Turkey's like, yo, let me put you in there with Devin. I'm not interested in. I want the fights that are damn near impossible to put together. The fights that the only way you're going to get those fighters to fight me is if you give them either the biggest bags of money or if you take their firstborn and hold their firstborn in the basement and threaten to kill the firstborn if you don't fight the fight. Everybody knows the moment he was screaming out for Terrence Crawford that fight was not going to happen, bro, because Terrence wasn't interested. Everybody knows Jerron Boots Ennis was not interested in fighting Teofimo Lopez. But Teofimo Lopez will push a narrative out there and his fans will push a narrative out there that Jerron Boots Ennis ducked Teo, that he was supposed to fight Teo. In what world? Nobody thought that. Everybody understood that Jerron Boots Ennis was never interested in fighting Teofimo Lopez. Most importantly, Teofimo Lopez knew that. So no matter what Turkey said in a meeting with Teofimo Lopez to say that I will push for that fight to happen, that was equivalent to Turkey saying to Terrence Crawford, I'm going to push for the Canelo fight. That is not guaranteeing you the fight. Terrence Crawford was very ready to hear that fight wasn't going to happen because they knew that until Canelo Alvarez pulled the trigger on that fight wasn't going to happen. Teofimo was in the same exact position with Jerron Boots Ennis. He was not going in there thinking he was fighting Jerron Boots Ennis. If he did, that was his own delusion, and that's a shot at his IQ and his ability to read the room.
Claymore.
He should have known that until Jerron Boots Ennis signed that paper, there wasn't no fight on the table. You signed a 3-fight deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh. He was going to put you in fights, and he was going to get you paydays. That's what he said he was going to do. He had one for you. You didn't take it once again. So now you're sitting there in the dark talking about you playing chess. It's all good, but once again, Teofimo gets the harsh reality from boxing. The boxing space don't see you the way you see yourself. Turkey.
Claymore, can I just say something?
Yes.
You know what about Tio?
Echo, real quick. Hold on, Clay. Punch. If you want to come up, you can build on it. We'll clear it.
What I was going to say about Tio, I mean, he had some bad performances, but then they're giving Haney all this crap about, he's had a couple of, bad performances, against Pedraza, he got wobbled, and obviously in the Garcia fight. But everybody in the history of boxing's had bad performances, And the thing is, with Haney, at least he took chances. He went to Australia, like as Raskat said, he beat the guy. You know what I mean? That beat, So what else can he do other than ask for the fights? I don't really think he's going to be a good fight for him against Boots. To be honest, I don't think that'll work out very well for him. However, if he did have that fight, I will give him, full credit for that.
Well, that's the thing that I keep on. Why are we pushing these false that it's a delusion, Claymore? That fight was on his contract. Turkey Al-Sheikh put it on Twitter on January 13th. This is the tournament. This is what. So it's not a delusion. It's not it's the facts. That was on the table. Eddie Hearn knows it was on because he put it out there. Why are we negating all of this? This was on the table. Point blank, period. It's not a delusion. It's not that. No, Boots did not take it. Boots didn't want to take it. And if he ain't fighting another 147-pound champion, and he's just going to move up to fight a Torres at 154, that's a duck. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. It's not a delusion. And if you sign a contract that it says you're going to fight Boots for this amount of money or an equal competent fighter of his elite status. Well, Devin Haney ain't that. He has no problems. Want to fight at 145. Teal's the champion. You fight at 140. You're the one who needs to fight. Teal ain't calling for no Devin Haney.
So
he's calling for an equal fighter of boot status, and that ain't Devin Haney. But we want to keep on saying this is delusion or whatever, that just to give Boots a pass. No, man, he didn't take the fight. Granted, whatever. I'm on to the next big fight, but it ain't Devin Haney. I never wanted this fight after that last performance.
Wait. HL, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you a question and say, so Turkey Al-Sheikh puts out this list of fights that he wants to put together, right? He said this is what he wants to do. This is a tournament. Does he have any authority on Jerome Boots Ennis to put Jerome?
When he made the deal with Eddie Hearn, parading him over there, Eddie Hearn failed to deliver Boots twice to Turkey.
Are you aware of a contract that Jerome Boots Ennis or Eddie Hearn signed that locked in Jerome Boots Ennis to fight the winner of Teofimo Lopez and Arnold Barboza?
It was the term agreement.
No, it was an agreement between two men who shook hands.
No, it was a term agreement. It was not a signed contract.
How do you gonna have a contract involving somebody and they're not on the they didn't sign the contract? How can you involve?
It's a term. It's called a term agreement.
Okay, so how is Jerome Boots Ennis obligated or held liable for whatever you agreed to with that fight?
I can use that same logic. How is she obligated to fight track star Devin Haney?
I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on, Clay. I'm gonna give the answer to that.
No. He needs to answer that. I didn't ask you.
Okay, go ahead, Clay.
Go ahead. Ask the question. Go ahead.
I'm saying that same logic that you just stated for Boots applies with Devin Haney and Teal. Teal did not agree to ever to fight.
I want to be clear. Teofimo did not have to fight Devin Haney. I don't have no problem. Listen, don't get it twisted. He has the choice to do what he did. He didn't violate a contract. He didn't violate an agreement. He took he took his free will to pass on a fight with Devin Haney, a fight that has been painted as Devin has been ducking Tio, has not been taking the opportunity to fight Tio. Now it looks the way it looks, which is when it doesn't look like nothing, it is what it is. Teofimo is officially ducked out of fighting Devin Haney. I don't want
like Boots ducked like Teofimo.
It's not the same
thing.
No, the reason it's not the same thing is because Boots and Tio were not in a negotiation. They were not at the table trying to make a fight happen. Boots right now is in Philadelphia. He can, if Boots can come up here right now, he can legitimately say, you know what's hilarious? I ain't never spoke to nobody about fighting no damn Teofimo. It's hilarious that I've always known that.
So Eddie Hearn was not in negotiations with Boots on that.
Have you seen Boots do an interview or?
Yo, man, go look at Eddie Hearn. Is Eddie Hearn line done? Is his promoter line done to the public?
What did Eddie Hearn say?
Eddie Hearn said that they're in negotiations for a Boots fight and Teofimo Lopez. It's a good fight for good money.
On the table. What?
No, you want to negate what Eddie Hearn said.
Listen, what Eddie Hearn said is there's a fight on the table. In other words, there's an option for his fighter Boots to fight Teofimo is right there on the table. We'll see what Boots is going to do. He's letting you know that Boots is aware of Teofimo wanting to fight him, aware of Turkey wanting to offer him some money to make the fight happen, but there is no obligation or agreement or negotiation that was actively happening between Jerron Boots Ennis and Teofimo Lopez. Eddie Hearn has always made it clear that he was waiting on Jerron Boots Ennis to let him know what he wants to do so he can make a move.
And his last words were...
Wait. Eddie Hearn also said, every time I bring up Teofimo Lopez or another fight, Boots says, yeah, that sounds cool, but what about those unifications? That's what Eddie Hearn said.
And he told him they're not on the tables, and Eddie Hearn's last words were that if he fights again at 147, it would be versus Teofimo Lopez, or he's moving up to 154.
Correct.
Yo, shout out to Punch Drunk Boxing. Punch, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's good, Clay?
Yo, salute. You know,
damn, bro, you're my crispy.
It's always a pleasure to have you. Well, no, you've never been up here. It's a pleasure to have you up here right now. I'm really happy.
I seen the recommendation and your live just popped out. I'm like,
I'm glad they finally hit you. I'm finally glad it jumped on your algorithm somehow, bro. I appreciate you coming up here, bro. Thank you, man. And is that Blue?
It looks like Blue.
It says Blue, but it don't say his name like the regular way. Who is?
Like
I'm about to take you off. Oh, there you go. All right.
Yo,
hey, Clay, I'm out. Hey, Clay, I'm out, man. Salute.
Salute.
So is his fans. They all bummed.
My face is swollen. I had dental surgery done. I'm not even supposed to be running my mouth like I'm doing. I'm swollen like crazy.
Yeah.
But I got two pillars up here. I'm gonna fall back. I'm gonna let you build Punch. I'm gonna let Blue. Yo, I'm gonna sit here and
hold on real quick before you do that, Clay. Let me just say one thing, and y'all can disagree or agree or tell me if I'm right or wrong. The fact is, they were in a tournament, right? It was, let's just say it was it 6 guys initially. It went down to 2 components, actually 3. One guy bowed out, and that guy that bowed out was Rolly Romero. Apparently, they was trying to get Boots inside the tournament because he was outside looking in, and with him not taking the fight, that only leaves 2 people. So at the end of the day, Teo signed up for this tournament. Devin signed up for this tournament. There's no opponents but them to fight. The offer was made. They sat down and negotiated. Matter of fact, I watched Punch Drunk ranting at the desk and ranting in the park next to the BMW, by the way. Salute. That was your car. Oh, but anyway, I heard him ranting and telling Teo, yo, this dude is making you look silly out here. I'm your boy. I'm telling you it's not a good look for me. Now I'm paraphrasing Punch. Get up, stop playing. You ducking right now. Let's get it going. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that's what I believe had took place. I believe that's what's happened. I think the opportunity was there for both fighters. And I believe Teo turned the other cheek at the end of the day. So no matter how you look at it, that's what went down. Go ahead, Punch. My bad. Go ahead, brother.
I want to hop off though. So can I give a last statement before?
Okay, go ahead, Teach. Yep.
Yeah. So I got to correct you, Clay. Nothing ever suggested that Devin Haney ducked Teo. Like nothing like that ever happened, right? In fact, I mean,
wait. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that was a narrative. Trust me, across a lot of ways.
Okay.
I'm not me. Yeah,
because I know Devin and his team was the one always pressing on, Teo. Right. For example, you see Bill Haney, like going to the bodega talking about Teo Cena and all that, right? And going back to the 135 thing, again, for whatever reason, Teo just never wanted to give Devin Haney a shot, even when he had the belts. The quote is out there. I don't know the exact quote, but Teo said something like this: as long as I'm champion, Devin Haney's not going to get a shot, right? I don't know the exact quote, but it's out there. So for whatever reason, Teo just doesn't want to fight Devin Haney. And I'm out.
No doubt, man. Salute to you, Teach. Salute. Well, we got some boxing royalty in the building, knockout boxing in the building.
Hold on.
Diabolical, bro. Listen, I'm feeling some kind of way. No, let Punch tap in before he get bored and gotta leave. Go ahead, Punch.
Now, I said it publicly, and I said it to him publicly, privately. I want him to fight Devin Haney if he was not going to get the Boots fight. You know what I'm saying? I do feel that because every accomplishment that Teofimo Lopez has is diminished because of the cloud of Devin Haney. And we're talking about undisputed. Let's be real. Let's be honest. Everybody in boxing knows that fight with Vasily Lomachenko was supposed to be for undisputed. The WBC effed that up. It tampered with the legacy of Teofimo Lopez. We all understand that this Devin Haney never won to get that belt. He got elevated to be a world champion. So when he beat Vasily Lomachenko, let's be real. I don't care if you hate him, love him, whatever. We all know that the WBC effed that up. He should have been recognized by the whole world as undisputed, but then the cloud of Devin Haney getting the belt, you know what I'm saying, diminished that. Then Devin Haney became the first lightweight youngest lightweight undisputed champion. That was supposed to be Tio. That's the beginning of the tension and the real tension, right? I feel disrespected by the Haneys, but you should have been just as mad as to the WBC, right? You pay for a sanctioning belt that doesn't even exist no more, right? And the expense of Devin Haney. Then you move forward, you get the hiccup of George Kambosos, who cleans up your trash. Devin Haney came and clean up your trash, right? That also now it's not about who's better. Since you lost to George Kambosos, Devin Haney beat George Kambosos. Now, Devin Haney is better than Teofimo Lopez, right? So then he goes to ESPN Top Rank. You were supposed to get the pay-per-view fight with Vasily Lomachenko, but Devin Haney walked him to walk to your promotional company. He gets the bag, he gets the pay-per-view, and then when they announced that fight, they announced you as a former unified lightweight champion at the expense of building Devin Haney versus Vasily Lomachenko. So now you got disrespected by the network. You got disrespected by your promoter. You got this. Then you getting dragged by the mud by Devin and Bill at the same time, and the fan base, right? So now, then forward to May 2nd, you're the only champion in the card. You're the only Ring Magazine lineal champion, and you still play third fiddle, not second. He played third fiddle to Ryan Garcia and Devin the Dream Haney. That's the reason why I want the fight. I told Teofimo Lopez myself, and I said it publicly. This guy is has built a career off your back. Not necessarily that Devin Haney didn't do what he did in the ring to get these accomplishments, but the thing is, you're diminished because of Devin Haney. From pay to pay-per-view, to your promotional company, dissing you, to your accomplishment, the lightweight champion, and that shit hurts you. Nobody could deny that. You know that shit fucking hurts you. So fucking get in the fucking ring and beat the crap out of this guy and move on. Because as much as you're not gonna fight this guy, it's always gonna be, well, Devin Haney this and Devin Haney that. You're not the real undisputed. That shit kills you because you work your whole life to get that accomplishment. So put that shit to rest and beat the crap out of Devin the Dream Haney. That's why I want him to fight. Right? But then I understand now the flip side of this. I understand that Teofimo Lopez getting effed over on his deal that he already agreed upon. So when I'm saying the $11 million, and I told Teofimo Lopez when he said that on my channel, I said, yo, clear that shit up. Because, that's not the facts. That when he said the $11 million, I'm not going to, what he said, I'm not going to sell my soul for $11 million. He was going to get 11.5 million to fight Jerome Bruce Ennis in the second fight, right? 11.5. So when people saying they wasn't negotiating, they was negotiating. Eddie Hearn, his representative, and the representative was negotiating with Boots and Teofimo Lopez. Boots didn't want the fight. You know what I'm saying? But there was already negotiations, and when Eddie Hearn did say there's real good, there's great money on the table, the most money that he could get paid. And let's be real, in Boots Ennis in the press conference of his last fight, he gave up money to fight Stanionis, and he said he would not do that again. And it's time for him to get paid. So just like people are arguing about, Teofimo Lopez was going to get more money to fight Devin Haney. Well, Boots was going to get the most to fight Teofimo Lopez. You know what I'm saying? And for the people that be like, nah, that's not a good fight. That is a good fight. If we think that Hearns versus Hagler is a good fight, her moving up. If we think that Duran and Leonard was a good fight, that's Roberto Duran moving up. Why not Teofimo Lopez, the lineal champion, 140-pound division, and Boots Ennis, the lineal champion at 147-pound division? When in the history of the sport of boxing, that's not a good fight. Now, hate Teofimo Lopez or love it, that's a fucking great fight. Just like Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez is a fucking great fight. It's the most marinated fight probably of this generation within their contemporaries. Teo versus Haney is a fight that needs to take place, yes. But also, are you going to get paid $5 million, $5.5 million, almost get slashed by half to face Devin Haney when you agreed upon a 3-fight deal that you're going to get this amount of money, fight Barbosa, you're scheduled to fight your second fight, whether it's Boots or any high caliber fighter, you're supposed to get you $11.5 million. And then moving over to the third fight, you're supposed to get X amount of dollars. And I'll let Teofimo Lopez say that number. So as a fan, friend, supporter, man, beat Devin Haney up. But then you're gonna look at me and be like, oh, so I gotta get fucked over my deal so I could get this fight. That ain't. I said that to him about Vasily Lomachenko. He was about to pull out from the Vasily Lomachenko fight. And I say, yo, get the fight. You need this fight. It's the legacy fight. Trust me, it's gonna come back. You're gonna get man money after the fight. Because he was a promise to get $3 million to face Vasily Lomachenko, and then they gave him $1 million and never came home with $1 million. So he got that. And then Triller came about, right? So the money came back, but you fumbled that opportunity in the ring. We understand that. But that's my take in the whole thing. I want Teo to fight Devin because I think that he actually could beat the crap out of Devin. No disrespect like that, but you understand what I'm trying to say. And then move on. And let me in conclusion, I also agree. I forgot the gentleman that said that about the 3-fight deal and you was gonna fight Devin Haney anyway. Yes, in all actuality, that's the tournament. So I even said, Teo, okay, if Boots not gonna fight, right? He's not gonna fight you, and Ryan Garcia is out the mix, then this is the finale anyway. Devin Haney versus that was supposed to be the fight in February 2026. You know what I'm saying? So you go if Devin Haney is gonna say I'm gonna beat Ryan Garcia in the rematch, and you believe he was gonna beat Boots Ennis, who the fuck you think you're gonna fight anyway? Devin Haney was gonna appear anyway. So just look at this as a finale fight. But he's looking at this like, but that's not what I signed for. Just give me what I signed for. Why? And if this is a great fight, why slash my pay for half of what you're gonna pay me? So the beef necessarily on the surface it looks like a Devin and Haney, Teo and Devin beef, but it's a Teo and Turkey beef. Right. And when they deal with Turkey, they're not negotiating. Devin and is not negotiating money. They're negotiating weight and things of that nature, but not money. That Devin Haney's getting his separate deals with Turkey, and Teofimo Lopez is getting his separate deals with Turkey. It's not a negotiation like, oh, is the A side, B side. This is not the situation working with Turkey.
Understood. Salute. Punch. Thank you for the $10 holler. Salute Clay. Teo fight Haney. Yes. Punch just basically said the whole thing. I'm not going to read it. Yeah. But I do agree. I'll tell you this, Punch, right? And I'm gonna give it to Blue after this. I do see where Teo's coming from with the way he explained it, as far as it ain't about the fight, it's about the money. If the fight is as big as the Boots fight was, then pay me the same amount of money. Why cut my money in half? That's a negotiation thing going on between Teo and Turkey, and that could reflect in a negative way, because the reality for me also is, well, what is your reality now? What's the next fight? What's the fight that's going to give you the Boots bag? Tom will tell that Teo's next move should be his best move, but it does look weird from the outside looking in. I do feel like he's cornered himself, though. I think his antics and the way he's pushed himself has limited his options, I think, to a certain degree, but we'll see. Blue, what's good, family?
What's goody?
You see your boy swole up, right? I'm all swole. I didn't even tell you I went into surgery last week. I didn't even tell you.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you. You looking swollen. I'm like, hey, what's going on with the bro?
I got dental work done, bro. I got the heat done.
So,
you know,
so the morning that we free in the morning, huh?
Yeah. We can't. You know what I'm saying? We can't get it together this week. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, this is where it was meant to be. It was meant to be right here, bro.
It's all good. So my thing is this, right? Tio situation. Tio does bad business, right? And let me explain why he does bad business. If he's not aware of what's taking place, and again, I always say this, the business of the sport of boxing is the Wild Wild West, right? And we know the business of the sport of boxing, they jerk everybody. You feel me? But if you are not aware, Jerron Boots Ennis never agreed to anything. This is a Teofimo Lopez, Eddie Hearn, Turkey thing. Boots has been steadfast. They trying to convince him that he should do a Teofimo Lopez fight. He's never been on board with that. As they told me, this came out of nowhere for them. They keep talking about Teofimo. He wants to unify the belts. Does he mind fighting Teofimo Lopez? If all's no problem. You know what I'm saying? Hence the reason why Eddie Hearn reached out. Now, if just we got to think about this, right? Sometimes we don't even need backstory or back information. We could use our common sense. The fact that Eddie Hearn was trying to negotiate with Brian Norman to get Brian Norman to sign a deal for October, November, or December to fight Boots in a unification a couple weeks ago. How in the hell could he get Brian Norman on that page if they got Teofimo Lopez already on the table? Because Teo was never on the table for Jerron Ennis. This is a Teofimo Lopez thing. This is a Turkey Al-Sheikh thing and an Eddie Hearn thing. It's not a Jerron Boots Ennis thing. Jerron Boots Ennis ain't ducked Teofimo Lopez because he ain't never, it's not a figment in his brain. That's not what he wanted to do ever. When asked about it, yeah, I don't have no problem fighting him, but this is what I want to do. And that is being misconstrued with him having an agreement with Teofimo Lopez and then turning it down. He didn't have no agreement. He never, his focus has always been steadfast on, I want to fight the champions at 147. They don't see the value in those fighters at 147. T.O. is a bigger marquee name than Brian Norman. He's a bigger marquee name than Mario Barrios, I believe. Now we got Manny Pacquiao thrown in the mix, and now that's a whole different conversation, right? Because if Manny Pacquiao beats Mario Barrios, then now we're talking about he's the biggest name in the division, right? Obviously. So that changes things, right? But marquee name-wise, yes, Teofimo Lopez, marquee name-wise, is a bigger name than those guys. But that's not Jerron Boots Ennis' focus. His focus has always been 147. I need to get these belts. Tio has never even had a fight there, ever. Tio's issue with Turkey is that Turkey is a I always say this, Turkey is a fan with a lot of money. Right? So if this fight pops up, oh, I got the money to do it. What you want to fight him? You want to fight him? You want to fight him? If it falls through, right? Turkey's issue with Jerron Boots Ennis was with the Virgil Ortiz situation because Boots gave a soft verbal that he might entertain fighting that fight after, you know what I'm saying, his fight with Karen Chugajan or Chugajan, however you say his name. And then he was like, hold on, let me let the ice cream man go back, man.
Dude,
the boxing guys. Nah, you ain't saying it right.
Once the hit out there, like, how long he gonna take this? I think he's got good money.
That's Jesus. That's Jesus with the
I see him punching his phone like, yo, man, turn the volume up, bro. He acting like he don't hear it.
Hey, my argument out.
Hey, what y'all doing, bro? I'm asking my money back. Put the volume up, bro.
Coming up? Kale,
But
you still there? You coming up?
look, we discussing a lot of things that's in the surface, interviews that's been brought by every other party, right? See, the thing is that Eddie Hearn does represent Boots Ennis. Tio's talking about it. Turkey has already expressed about it. If Boots Ennis come out and verbally say what you're saying, I don't want to fight Tio. I'm not interested in fighting Tio. But that's not what Eddie Hearn is saying. Eddie Hearn is saying he would rather, yes, fight for the unification bout, but if we can't get that, then we get the Teofimo Lopez fight, and that's the most money. And then Eddie Hearn is saying, well, we get a lot of money and stuff like that. In the end of the day, he says it's a business. Boots Ennis don't want to give up money again. So if we all know that he's going to Japan, Brian Norman Jr. is going to Japan, and Mario Barri's going to be facing Manny Pacquiao, now is the waiting game, right? If that's what he's waiting for, and we all know that he should be leaving the 147-pound division and go to 154. So I feel that Boots should come out publicly and state the uncertainties or clarify what's going on, what he really wants or what he feel about the Teofimo Lopez fight. Instead of
I agree, right? And I said this, Boots had got mad at me because the whole situation with Terrence Crawford and him. And I said that he needs to he's steadfast on doing this, and his team be like, oh, we should do this, we should do that. But he's like, I'm going this way. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the waters get muddy. Hence the reason the whole situation with Brian Norman last year, where he's like, oh, Brian Norman, they turned it down, and only to find out they're like, yo, bro, we ain't turned nothing down. We tried to negotiate, and they didn't get back to us. You know what I'm saying? Because Eddie Hearn, they see bigger dollar signs, right? So they looking at Boots' situation from a standpoint. Teofimo's a marquee name. Virgil Ortiz is a marquee name. You need to fight these dudes. You need to go here. But Boots, and so publicly they represent him, right? And this is why I said he makes the mistake of allowing this to take place, and then the backlash is on, the mud is on his face as the fighter, and then he like, bro, I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm fighting, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? He needs to take control of his reins and be like, bro, no talking unless I say, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just coming across as you duck Virgil, you ducking Tio, you ducking this person. You know what I'm saying? When in all reality, he's not ducking anybody because he's not even talking to them. You know what I'm saying? Like he's like, bro, I want Brian Norman, and he feels like I'm saying, I want Brian Norman. I want to unify the belts, and I don't talk to me. He's in the mindset like, don't even talk to me about nothing else. But they doing. That's why I did the videos, and I said that when Eddie Hearn put that information out there that he offered Brian Norman, and then tried to tell Brian Norman, you need to sign right now. We need an answer ASAP, right? So that they can. That's Eddie Hearn saying, I did my due diligence.
Right.
Again, and Brian Norman, he ain't want to do it. Now let's move on to Tio. You know what I'm saying? Or let's move on to Virgil Ortiz, or let's move on to X, Y, and Z. And Boots is like, hold on. I want to fight him, but he's doing it and not understanding that publicly it's making him look bad, because it's looking like you are stepping forward and then being like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to do that. You know what? I should do this. Yeah, I don't want to do that no more. You know what I'm saying? And it's making him, it's coming across, is shining a negative light. And the reality is, he never agreed to fight Teofimo Lopez.
And his father did say that when they asked him, what you think about a Teofimo Lopez fight, he said, we'll take that in a heartbeat.
Right. And again, Boots is like, I'm fighting Brian Norman. I want to fight for these belts. You see what I'm saying? And it goes back to the situation where we had with Terrence Crawford. And when I seen him in Brooklyn, he's like, he don't want to talk to me. And I'm like, you don't want to talk to me? And he's like, they're like, nah, you going, you did it. What? Bro, I've tried to make the Terrence Crawford fight for you. What you mean? So he wasn't even aware of what Steven Espinosa had did with the Terrence Crawford situation. But he thought that because I'm addressing it, that I'm making him look bad. Well, I'm not making you look bad. Steven Espinosa didn't want to make the fight with Terrence Crawford. Period. And he straight up told us, hey, listen, I'm not going to step on Errol Spence and Al Heyman toes. Period. Flat out. First, he made 10,000 excuses. I got Benavidez fighting. I got Tank fighting. I got this fight. I got that fight. I got Canelo fight. So we like, all right, so when can we fit in Boots versus Terrence Crawford? And he's like, oh, realistically, I don't see a date because Errol's going to fight in June or July with or without Terrence Crawford. And I'm not going to backdoor them and give Jaron Ennis the fight with Terrence Crawford. And then that fell through. And then the opportunity, Terrence Crawford went back to the negotiation table with Errol Spence, and then the rest is history. We got Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford in July. But Terrence Crawford was of the mindset of, give me Jaron Ennis. And Boots is like, hey man, these dudes Jaron Ennis is ducking X, Y, and Z. And it just wasn't the case, man. Terrence Crawford was willing to make the fight happen. Steven Espinosa did not want to make the fight. He said, I don't have a date to make the fight. He gave us all legit. Everybody know I'm telling the truth because I gave you the dates, right? It was David Benavidez, Andre. It was Tank and Ryan, right? It was Canelo and May. Then he told us Errol was fighting in June or July with or without Terrence Crawford. So he's like, when realistically can we make that happen? And Terrence was like, he wanted to fight ASAP because remember he fought David Avanesian in December. You know what I'm saying? So he like, bro, I'm trying to get back in the ring as soon as possible. I'm not trying to sit out the ring. You know what I'm saying? Errol ain't trying to fight. I'm trying to get in the ring. And those dates, Steven Espinosa's like, hey, we ain't got no date for you. Flat out. Like, yo, we ain't got no date for you.
Hold on, Blue, not to cut you off, but we got 73 people in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the likes if you haven't done it yet. Obviously, feel free to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it yet. I got a question for the panel, I guess, and really for Blue and Punch as well. But, so, look, it's in the past now. The Devin Haney situation is not going to happen. Tio's made his stance clear on that. What's Tio's next move? What's his best move? If he's going to move on from something like this, right, I would expect that something's in the background getting worked on that makes more sense than the Devin Haney situation. Is that what we're dealing with, or is Tio just in the wind right now?
I said this, whether people like it or not. The two best managers in the sport of boxing right now is Keith Connolly and Bill Haney. Just like we know that Bill Haney makes wonders and always had Devin Haney in position. He was 2023 Manager of the Year. Keith Connolly is probably right now, front runner, maybe the trainer. The Manager of the Year. You know what I'm saying? He did the Conor Ben Eubank. He did the Edgar Berlanga Canelo Alvarez. He did the Teofimo Lopez he actually did the deal, the 3-fight deal with Turkey, and it was a lot of money. So gotta give him props for that. And he's doing the Richardson Hitchens and George Camboso. So my faith in reality goes to Keith Connolly, that he's gonna make something happen. He got a good relationship with Turkey, got a good relationship with Eddie Hearn. I think just like Boots Ennis may have to wait for what's Brian Norman Jr. going to be doing or Mario Barrios. He's Teofimo Lopez, in my opinion, now should be looking at the win of Richardson Hitchens and George Camboso. I think it'll be a possibility. And I feel like I got faith in Keith Connolly to handle that, to handle that situation.
So question,
I back up with what Punch is saying. With especially with Keith Connolly on the table, you guys think Tio's going off crazy off the hook out here in public, but trust me, Connolly's behind a lot of it. Now, what's next for Tio? He said it clear as day. Right now, we gotta see what the next chess pieces where they move across the board. That means what happens with Hitchinson and Cambosos. What happens with Brian Norman Jr.? We know Canelo and Bozy and Boots, and they really don't want to fight in Saudi Arabia either. So we can have maybe down the line we'll actually have the Boots and Teofimo fight here in America, right? Maybe on the undercard of Canelo, because that hasn't even been announced yet. As you can see, they're struggling. Turkey is fumbling that entire thing right now because it was supposed to be Dana White. He's off the promotional card, and they're using the Silas, I think his name is, from Saudi Arabia as the promoter for the Canelo Crawford fight. But there's no announcement, and Canelo put his foot on the ground just last week. I'm not fighting outside of Vegas. This is going to happen in Vegas. Allegiant Stadium on September 13th has a UNLV game, so that stadium's booked. So where's this fight going to take place? I haven't heard any other stadiums on hold.
UNLV moved their game.
Did they already?
The fight is going to be September 13th at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas.
When did they move that fight, if I may ask? I mean, the football game.
They had a conversation with the Raiders in the stadium, and so I believe the football game is either going to take place on that Sunday because the Raiders play on Monday, I believe. So the football game is either going to be that Friday or the Sunday.
Looking up as we speak.
All right, let me Ill Will with the super chat says Earn's job is to listen to proposals and have talks and go back to Boots. I think Boots was looking to get a normal unification because I'll fight Tio over Giasov if there's a unification. If not, bye. Yeah, you know what? I think that, you know, shout out to Punch and Blue on this particular topic because I think both you guys are stating the truth, right? Like I think that I believe Eddie Hearn was in negotiation with Turki Al-Sheikh on behalf of Boots to get terms and conditions and to see what money was on the table and to go back to Boots with the information that Boots needs. And I think Eddie Hearn has always wanted to convince Boots and sell Boots on the idea of the Teofimo fight. Eddie Hearns is in the game to make money. He's a promoter. He's in the game to make money. And I think without a doubt, the money is in the Teo fight for Eddie Hearn. The money is for Boots as well, but clearly Boots has shown historically that the money doesn't drive him as much as the legacy does right now in his career. So at the same time, there's no secret across this whole entire boxing space about where Boots stood and currently stands when it comes to his boxing career. So what that means is as long as there's an opportunity for him to unify at 147, that's always going to be the more attractive thing for Boots. He's always going to go in that direction. He's always made it clear, even when he had everybody believing he was going to 154. That was all on the back end of not being able to unify at 147. People disregard the idea that Boots said that, listen, if I can unify, though, I'm going to do that, right? They just jump into the 154 conversation. Same thing with Teofimo Lopez. Even though Boots never said anything, the fight, I'm sure he told Eddie, go ahead and figure out what they want to do. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know what I want. And Eddie, like I said, has said it before in interviews that says every time I come at Boots and I try to bring him these opportunities, he always says, yeah, but what about those unifications? Because he's not going to pass up on that opportunity, historically speaking. So I just feel like it was disingenuous of Teofimo Lopez to really believe that Boots fight was going to happen no matter what. He knew that there was a very high probable chance that Boots was not going to fight him if there was another opportunity that opened up on the table. And like I said, with hindsight being that he walked away from Devin Haney and the opportunity that was there, I am interested in seeing the way he deals with O'Connell deals with, well, what's the next move going to be? Is it going to be more lucrative than what was on the table with Devin? Is it going to make more sense? Is it going to be a unification fight? Because I'm down to see you fight Gary, Richardson, Hitchens. Shit, I'm trying to see you fight the winner between Alberto Puello and Sabril Matias, or even go ahead and fight Keyshawn Davis. There's a lot of opportunities.
I think so. I think so. I think the people just got to get away from I think there's a lot of people that took the $11 million and think that Tio was getting $11 million to fight Devin Haney. So where you gonna get that $11 million from to fight somewhere else? That's not how much Teofimo Lopez was getting.
I agree. I thought that too.
So from what I was told, Tio was going to get the same amount of money to fight Jaron Ennis in Saudi to fight Devin Haney or Keyshawn.
Nah.
Oh my God, I don't want to go into this, man, because I'm gonna go heavy on this.
So what's the difference?
Oh man, you capping straight up with that.
Hold on, brother. What you mean I'm capping?
You straight up capping.
Okay, how am I capping? Who you talk to?
Everybody knows that ain't no.
No. Who you talk to? Who you talk to, bro? Who you talk to?
Who you talk to?
Who you talk to?
Who you talk to?
Hey, bro, I'm certified. Who you talk to?
You certified? No, I know how you certified.
I'm certified. Who you talk to?
How you certified, Blue Balls? How you certified?
Bro, I'm certified. All my shit come to everything I say come to fruition, bro. So I'm asking you. You do a lot of talking. So I'm asking you. Hey, bro, first of all, hey, do me a favor. Why don't you turn your camera on?
Oh, you want to see me?
Yeah, turn your camera on and show us who you certified. Who you talk to, bro?
You certified,
you be talking like bro, you talking about I'm capping. First and foremost, you said I'm capping. I could pick up the phone and call people from Top Rank. I could call Bob M right now.
See that right now.
Listen, bro, listen. I could call Keith Connolly. Bro, listen. You asked me a question. Hey, bro, listen. Hey, bro, you asked me a question. Right? I can pick up the phone and call them. Everybody on this panel know I can do that.
I want to see that.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm asking you. Now I'm asking you. Everybody on this panel know I can do that. So I'm asking you. Who you talk to? I'm not. Don't tell me I'm capping. Bro, listen. First of all, listen. I know Punch talks to T.O. He got connections over there, right? So I'm not. I asked the question. I said, "What's the difference?" You said, "No, bro." You said I'm capping.
I told you the same people you talk to.
Oh, who you talk to? You talk to Bob Arum?
I just said the same people you do.
You talk to Bob Arum?
The same people you do.
Bro, who are you? Who are you? Show us who you are. See the difference. The difference is. Hold on, bro. The difference is, I can see who Punch is. I can see who Clay is. We can see everybody right here, right? I know Punch talks to Keith Conley. I know he talks to people. I know Clay talks to people. Everybody know I talk. You hide it behind the profile. So who you talk to?
You said that. You know what?
I'm asking you who you talk to. Who you certified with?
You just said that you know at least certified that Punch talks to these people, right?
Right. I know Punch talks to him. I can see Punch talk to him.
What did Punch just say?
Hold on, but I asked the question and you the one. Punch didn't say. Hold on. Punch didn't say. Bro. Punch didn't say I'm capping. Punch was trying to answer the question. You jumped out the window, bro. You jumped out the window talking about I'm capping. So I'm talking. Punch didn't, bro. Listen, bro. Listen, brother. Bro, you doing a bunch of talking. Okay, you're not listening. That's a female trait. That's a female trait, brother. Bro, that's a female trait. That sounds good. So what I'm asking, listen, bro. I asked Punch, right? Because I know Punch can pick up the phone right now and give information. That's hence the reason I said what I was told. Right? Punch went to answer and respond to me, and you jumped out the window talking about I'm capping. I don't even know you. So I'm asking you. Everybody got their camera on. Everybody up here we know is certified. Dub C, KO, Punch, Clay, everybody, Echo, all of us, Ray. But you hiding behind the profile. See, KO don't have to turn his profile on, but we know what he looked like, right? And we know he ain't capping. So I'm asking you. You said I'm capping. Punch was getting ready to respond to me and give me information. You jumped out the window saying I'm capping. Capping about what? So I'm asking you, brother. So I'm asking you. No. So I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you. Now you give us the information because you got more information than Punch, apparently. So give us the information.
The same info Punch just repeated is where I'm at.
I didn't ask you to repeat. No, I didn't ask you to repeat what Punch said, bro. I'm asking you. I didn't ask you to repeat what Punch said. I'm asking you. Who did you talk to? Who did you talk to?
Wait. Listen. Let's get this under control. Hold on, listen. Let's go back to when Punch was going to answer the question for Blue. HLD, stay out of this. You're not going to answer the question. You said it's the same thing that Punch was going to say, so let Punch say it. Blue, go back, ask Punch so we can get the KO.
All right, great brother. So I was told that he was going to get the same amount of money to fight. This dude got me hot. I was told I was going to get this. I'm telling y'all, I'm going to get the same money now. I'm talking about myself. So hold on. I was told that he was going to get the same amount of money to fight Dev and Keyshawn offered from Turkey to fight in Saudi, as long as it was in Saudi, to fight against Jaron Boots Ennis at 147. Now you got a difference of information.
Yeah, so Teofimo Lopez, the second fight of his deal with Turkey Al Sheikh is getting $11.5 million to fight Boots. That was or any high caliber champion. Maybe the way that Turkey see what's high caliber and things of that nature, right? So when Boots declined that he's not going to fight Teofimo Lopez, there was a negotiation. The representative was in negotiations. When he declined that he's not going to fight Teofimo Lopez, then they presented with about Devin Haney. Teofimo Lopez agreed, but then they hit him with, "But you're not going to get paid what you was going to get paid for the $11 million." So that's when Teo said, "Nah." You know what I'm saying? I agree to fight Devin Haney, but pay me what I signed for before he signed his deal before the the Barbosa fight. So it was structured. He was going to get paid X amount of dollars. So
that's when all three of them signed the 3-fight deal.
Yeah, I'm not sure about if Devin Haney signed the 3-fight deal. I'm not sure about that. I never asked Bill about that. I know he signed that one fight deal.
Yeah, that's what. Not, so I didn't get it from Bill, but not to cut you off, but I got it from people that work with Turkey that they all signed 3-fight deals.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What's his name? The one I was just talking.
Punt?
Yeah, Punt. Yeah. So if that's the case, right? Did you see the interview T.O. did on Cigar Talk?
Yeah.
I mean, not T.O. Keyshawn. And he said,
I heard the clip of him saying that he spoke to Turkey Al Sheikh and
he was right there with Turkey Al Sheikh out in New York, and they talked to T.O. on FaceTime, and he told T.O. that he would pay T.O. the same thing that he was gonna get for Boots. He'd pay him that same thing to fight Keyshawn. And
I mean,
T.O. said, "Nah, you promised me Boots. He want Boots." So if it was the money situation, why he ain't just take that fight?
I mean, they was already scheduled to fight. Keyshawn was already scheduled to fight.
This was
a deal signed before the whole Times Square thing.
I understand what you're saying. This was after Times Square. This was when that happened. That was after. That was during Times when he's about to fight Times Square. When he's about to fight Barbosa.
Right.
Who Keyshawn?
It was the Monday of the fight.
Yeah, because Keyshawn said
Abdullah and Shushu signed their ambassador deals that same day.
Because he said Turkey was like he want to get off the phone because he don't want to get him nervous because he got to fight tomorrow.
To be honest, and this is what I think Blue could relate to this. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of shit that goes on the surface, and when you know shit behind the scenes and you hear it in the surface, you be like, all right, so I gotta go back to that Keyshawn. I gotta get the facts straight. I ain't gonna say something. Oh yeah, that was on the table, and I never heard it from Keith Connolly. I never heard it from Regal. I just seen that clip. And yeah, Turkey Al Sheikh, you'll fight him, but T already signed that deal because he already was telling Turkey, because he's waiting for that $11 million. I don't know if Turkey said you will get paid more. I'm just going by what Keyshawn is saying. But Keyshawn was already lined up to fight.
So my thing is, right, because we heard this before, right? Mm-hmm. So this is why I can't say that T.O. is lying when it says cut in half, right? Because it's the same thing Shakur said, right? Right, when Shakur said that he was offered. So the difference was that if you, and this is what I was told, as long as the fight was in Saudi, he would get his 11 million to fight, or whatever the number was, to fight Devin and Keyshawn as Boots, but he had to fight in Saudi, and that he didn't want to fight in Saudi. And so now Turkey is like, okay, well, if it fights outside of Saudi, it's not going to be the same price, right? So that's what I was told, right? So when I heard you say that it was cut in half, right? I was told that it was going to be cut in half if the fight came to the States, similar to the situation with Shakur Stevenson, right? And let me say this, right? Because I was one to say, I think the fights was built up again, to each their own, right? But I just think the fights was built up organically here in the States, and I think it's a United States fight. You know what I'm saying? Just me personally, you know what I mean? I think that I would, and it's the same thing I told Bill. I think the fight should be here in the States, but I get it. If the money is in Saudi, because Bill and Dev is like, man, I don't give a damn if it's in Mars, if they're gonna pay us the bread. You know what I'm saying? But on the flip side of that, I can't say, you know, Tio's like, bro, this fight should be in the States. My issue with Tio's situation was the reasoning for him saying it, like, oh, they Muslim, I don't think I'm gonna get a fair shake, or you know what I'm saying? I was promised the boots in this fight. And again, here's another thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And again, I don't want to call Keith and Eddie and these, I don't want to call them liars. You know what I'm saying? Not saying they liars. You know what I mean?
Because Mike is the co-manager with
Right. Right. So I don't want to say they liars, right? But I look at it the same way. I look at when Tank announced that multi-fight deal with Amazon, I got to say this. Was Teofimo Lopez told something that wasn't there? The power off. You feel me? Like, was Teofimo Lopez told Jaron Ennis is on board and he gonna make the fight, and he's of the mindset, I'm about to fight Boots, but in return, Boots don't even know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? The same similar way I felt like when Tank told Najee, I'm about to do this deal with Amazon, and people from PBC got mad at me, right? And it's cool. It is what it is, right? Because I just felt like, I don't think that Tank just sat there and made up a story and just said, hey, I'm about to sign this deal. But that came from somewhere. Right. Somebody told him. Now, should he have done his due diligence and be like, all right, let me see the paperwork before he put that out to the world? Let me see the paperwork. Let me see X, Y, and Z. Right. But if it's people that you trust, sometimes it's a learning lesson in life, right? You trust somebody, you believe them. Hey, bro, you about to sign this 6-7 fight deal for more than Floyd deal. Oh, word? Amazon want to give me that? Boom. He put the carriage before the horse. He's sitting with Najee Cigar Talk, and in the mix of talking, how many times all of us do it, right? We talk to people behind the scenes, and we sitting up here and we about to let something go that we ain't supposed to let go on this camera, and be like, you got to catch yourself, or you let it go by accident. You know what I'm saying? I think that situation happens way too often. Why am I saying that? Because we saw it happen with Jaron Ennis. Because remember, Boots went on YSM and he was like, yo, this person turned it down, that person turned it down, Stanionis turned down, Barrios turned down, Brian Norman, and they all three of them is like, bro, what is you talking about? We ain't turned down nothing. Meanwhile, Eddie Hearn is telling them, hey, bro, they turned it down. So he like, bro, I got to fight him because he's of the mindset, his trust is that y'all told me that they turned it down. I'm trusting my team. I'm going by what y'all say. That's the whole reason I pay a team. You know what I'm saying? I pay you.
What T said about with the situation with Madrimov and the Zaire Zander and stuff like that. Yes, to everybody. What are you talking about?
And so my thing is, I think that Tio may have been told, hey, bro, I don't believe that he made it up. I think that he was told. Now, I don't like the antics and all the other stuff, right? But I believe that he was possibly told, bro, Boots is on board. Because here's another thing. I heard it from the moment that, I mean, we've all been talking about it, right? From the moment he signed they all signed the deals, right? It was said that it was going to be Tio versus Barboza, Devin versus Ramirez, and Ryan versus Isaac Cruz. And then in October, it's supposed to be Ryan and Devin. It's supposed to be it was Tio and Boots, and then the winners were supposed to fight the winners
in February,
right?
2026.
Right, in February of 2026, right? And so I heard it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think everybody heard it, and everybody was like, "Okay, this is the case." And then, but my issue again is Boots should have came out then and be like, bro, I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm not fighting this dude.
Wait, hold on, HL, don't jump in yet because I got to bring KO and he's been up here for a while, bro.
Oh, copy that. I'm not looking at the screen here. I'm just hearing you guys.
No doubt, no doubt. KO, what's good, family?
Hey, what's happening with you, man? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Hope all is well.
Yeah, salute to you, salute to everybody up here. Look, bro, so the right answer that we skating around is Boots ducked Teofimo, and Teofimo ducked Devin Haney, bro. That's the answer, fam. That's what it is. And let me explain why. Boots' reason for not taking the fight is from his fans, and I'm a diehard Boots fan myself. Teofimo don't bring nothing to the table. And Jerron Boots Ennis wants to get undisputed. He looking to unify. He not even looking at Teofimo. Okay, cool. Well, if Teofimo don't bring nothing to the table, I disagree with that, bro. Number one, he's the biggest name that you would have ever fought. We could talk about him not selling out big arenas and he only had 5,000 people in the stadium and all that. That's cool, bro. I don't like Teofimo at all. I think he erases POS. So I'm not capping for Teofimo. But the fact is, bro, he's the biggest name that you could fight. He's the only one that's unified. He's the only multiple division champion you could have fought. And that would be a big fight for you. The other thing he brings to the table is a fan base. Because Boots and Terrence Crawford fans, they got into it before. But Terrence Crawford fans can't stand Teofimo. Boots and Brian Norman fans, they get into it. But Brian Norman fans can't stand Teofimo. A lot of the Black American fight fan base do not like Teofimo for his racist antics. So everyone would come together in unison, a lot of us, and everyone would be rooting for Boots Ennis to whip Teofimo ass and punch his nose to the back of his head, bro. Straight up. Cut him up, beat him up, knock him out, be rooting for him. And if he do it in dominant fashion, it's going to be thousands of people that are now Boots Ennis fans that might not have otherwise been Boots Ennis fans, right? So that's what he brings to the table for Jerron Boots Ennis, number one. Then when you look at, he don't want that KO because he's looking to unify. Unify against who, bro? Unify against Brian Norman Jr., who turned down $1.7 million to fight on an undercard for $300,000 of Michaela Mayer and Sandy Ryan. That's who you gonna wait on, bro? You gonna wait on that dude. You gonna trust his word. The dude that just told y'all, we don't want to negotiate nothing. We don't want to sign nothing. We don't want to do none of that because we got a fight ahead of us. But wait a minute. Didn't you negotiate with him in 2024 when you already had the Cuevas fight on the table? Weren't you negotiating with him then? This is who words you trusting, bro. Somebody that done already ducked you and already got a fight lined up. Number two, Mario Barrios. Mario Barrios is about to fight 176-year-old Manny Pacquiao coming off of a draw with Abel Ramos. Do we really trust Mario Barrios to get in the ring with that killer Jerron Boots Ennis when these are the types of fights he's taking? When he is part of the reason that Jerron Boots Ennis had to go to Matchroom in the first place because PBC couldn't offer him shit because none of their fighters wanted to fight at the time, bro. So let's X him off. Plus, he also has a fight coming up. So if you Jerron Boots Ennis, you don't have nothing on the table but perhaps your mandatory Shakram Giasev, who Eddie Hearn is in control over because he's his promoter too. He can get him to step aside. Why not take the fight? Because I think it's a damn tune-up. All disrespect intended. I think it's a tune-up, an easy fight. Take the fight, get some M's, whoop his ass, grow your fan base, and then if don't nobody want to fight you, at least you got that bag if Brian Norman Jr. duck again. If don't nobody want to fight you, at least you got that bag if Mario Barrios want to duck again. At least you grew your fan base. And then now you can move up to 154. Because how is it going to look if you turn Teofimo down, then Brian Norman Jr. duck you again? You turn Teofimo down and Mario Barrios duck you again. And now you turned them down because you were just waiting for some shit that might not happen anyway. You got nothing on the table, take the fight. What Boots and his fellow fans like myself don't want to mention, bro, and don't want to bring up is he got lucky to get the Stanionis fight. People don't want to remember that Stanionis was already fighting Shakram Giasev. Don't tell me to cook HLD because when I get on your boy, it's going to get worse. So just hold tight, homeboy. Just hold tight. We get into Teofimo in a minute. Hold tight. So when he got the Stanionis fight, bro, Shakram Giasev was already agreed to fight Stanionis. So in order for him to get Stanionis, bro, they had to pull Stanionis out of a fight. Boots Ennis had to give some of his purse away. And they had to pay his mandatory step-aside money. What are the odds that something like that is going to happen again? People need to remember that he turned down Virgil Ortiz when he had nothing on the table too, bro. He keeps turning down fights that we want to see with nothing on the table, hoping that people who are apprehensive to fight him actually fight him, bro. get that bag, whoop his ass August 16th, and move on. And then that way, at least you stayed busy. You might get to fight 3 times this year. And then if the champions again duck you, you stayed busy. You didn't hold your career up. You grew your fan base, and then now you can go to 154. Use your IBF status to try to fight the winner of Bakram Murtazaliev and motherfucking Erickson Lubin. So that's the boots in his side. He should have took that motherfucking fight. Now let's go to Teofimo Timalifu. We can't have it both ways. We can't cook Devin Haney for the performance he put on. We can't say he's an undercard fighter, right? We can't talk about how nobody wanted to watch him fight, how his stock has dropped since the Ryan Garcia fight. We can't say all that, but then want the same money to fight him that we was getting to fight Jerome Boutinez, who just put on a dominant performance. Who else about to offer motherfucking Teofimo Timalifu? Who else finna offer this nigga $5.5 million to fight anybody right now? Who on the table for him? Same goddamn logic that applies to Boutinez. Who else you got? You got somebody else on the table right now? Oh no, you just like Boots, huh? You just want to wait to see what happened with Hitchens and Camboso. You just want to wait to see what happened with Brian Norman Jr. and Sushi Sasaki. That's what you want to do. No, bro, you ducking. Ain't nothing better on the table right now. Devin Haney ain't shit. He a runner, right? Devin Haney trash, right? He shook since Ryan Garcia, right? He a shell of himself. He'll never be the same again, right? Go prove it to us then, nigga. Cause I just heard Punch Drunk say that he the reason that your career got fucked up, that you never got undisputed. He the reason that you don't get the props that Punch Drunk and others like him think you deserve, probably. Well then, go get them props and whoop his ass. Cause you ain't got nothing else on the table, bro. They both ducking. They both wrong. And because of them, we not getting fights that we want to see. Miss me with the we don't want to see Jerome Boutinez Teofimo shit. Who? No disrespect to nobody, but the chat be popping where when I be going live and all my followers, they all want to see that shit. So I don't know what people talking about, bro. Miss me with the Devin Haney Teofimo, don't nobody want to see that shit. Yes, I do. So they both turn down fights with nothing else on the table, bro. That's ducking. That's duck moves, bro. And it ain't nothing else on the table. Teofimo Lopez has never made $5.5 million in a fight, bro. Not one time. I just heard a nigga tell me he only got $1 million for Lomachenko. I heard Teofimo himself say, and he ain't never made $1 million before. So you turn down 5 times your highest payday ever to hope that you can get the winner of Richardson Hitchens and Cambosos. Mind you, he was already negotiating with Richardson Hitchens, and that fight fell through because they couldn't come to an agreement, and that's how he fought Barboza. See, he can get away with that shit with casual fans, bro. That shit don't work over here. You already tried that, and the fight didn't go through the first time, homeboy. So we got to hope that you can, like Boutinez, go back to a failed negotiations and hope it can happen. Or you could just take the fight in front of you that everybody been waiting on for years. You know, the one that marinated at 135, marinated at 140. Now y'all supposed to fight at 147. Both of these boys ducking out here, bro. Both of them making stupid ass, bad ass decisions out here. You turning down for show money, for show big fights on a maybe, bro. On a fucking maybe, dog. That's duck. They both ducking. So what my fellow Boots in his fans need to do, and the Teofimo fan base need to do, you can't have it both ways. If you got the nerve to call Boutinez a duck, you need to be calling Teofimo a duck too. If you got the nerve to be calling Teofimo a duck, you need to call Boutinez a duck too, because they both just did the exact same thing, bro. And that's all I got, Claymore.
Okay,
all right, K. I just want to disagree with K on one thing real quick. You're going to stop it with Manny Pacquiao being 186 years old, goddamn it.
Man, that nigga is 192 years old. He going to keep getting older every time you ask me about that nigga, bro.
Every time you say his name, I swear I'll see the number go up every time.
It's going to do that. Nigga ain't fought in 4 years, bro. 4 years. You think somebody that's gonna get in the ring with a senior citizen ain't fought in 4 years to get him a title shot opportunity about to get in the ring with goddamn Jerome Boutinez? That's who you gonna wait on, bro? Look, I'm not gonna take this Teofimo fight. I'm gonna wait to see if I can get the winner Barrios and Pacquiao. Okay. I'm not gonna take this Teofimo fight. I'm gonna wait on a nigga who skipped Philly. Brian Norman Jr. took a one-stop flight from Philly. He flew from Georgia to Philly to Japan. Skipped over Philly, won't fight in Philly, but he'll go to Japan. That's the nigga you gonna wait on. He said $1.7 million is a low ball, then turn around and fought for $300,000, bro.
Yeah, and
what are we doing, fam?
Hey, the sushi's in Japan.
Let me add that. Why you think that Shakur Stevenson was a lineal champion at super featherweight?
Who said he was? I never said that.
No. I'm just saying to compare why Boots Ennis is the lineal champion at 147. I think nobody would truly wanted to see Brian Norman Jr. versus Boots. I don't think the industry wants that because he's a lineal champion at 147. That's telling the whole world that he's the best 147.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The same thing with Shakur Stevenson at super featherweight. He didn't need to fight Joe Cordino or Gutierrez for him to be the best super featherweight. Even Bob Arum, why are we going to pay for that fight? So that's why he went to the 135-pound division. In all reality, the Teofimo Lopez and Boots fights was way bigger than the Brian Norman Jr. or Mario Barrios. They already consider him the best. We already know that Boots Ennis could beat all these guys at 147. That's why he's the lineal champion.
Mm-hmm.
So,
good point.
I agree. Both.
No, I get the point. I guess the point is that Teofimo is a bigger fight for Jerome Boots Ennis than Brian Norman Jr. I don't agree or disagree. I'd be inclined to agree with that. My point is, it's even deeper than that. Nigga, Brian Norman Jr. not even on the table, bro. Like he not like, forget what's the bigger fight. Teofimo was the only fight for this summer, y'all. Yep. Like we don't even have to have that argument, bro. It ain't like he had both of them on the table and okay, I gotta pick one or the other. No, Brian Norman Jr. is doing his own thing later this June. The nigga will not be ready to fight in August. You got a date for August 16th. So Brian Norman Jr. ain't even a factor right now. And he already played games with you before, y'all. So guess what? If I'm Boots Ennis, you take the Teofimo fight, and then it seemed like Eddie Hearn is out here negotiating shit anyway. He not your trainer. He not in camp. You train for your fight with Teofimo. You get ready to whoop his ass. Go let Eddie try to make the Brian Norman fight. That way, at least if Brian Norman pull out, you got to fucking fight, bro. It's not even about what's the bigger fight. It's the only fight available for him right now, bro. That makes it even worse, y'all.
Could Eddie Hearn and Keith Conley be playing the chess game that they both look? Bozy, Canelo said he don't want to go to Saudi. Bozy doesn't want to go to Saudi. Teal now is saying he don't want to go to Saudi. Are they trying to push it so that the August 16th day, which makes no sense because that's the same day that Tank is fighting, to my understanding. So are they trying to maybe push it to where, hey, maybe you gotta have to put us on in the Vegas card with Canelo? We can make it there, but not for no Saudi. I mean, could that be a chess play that they're doing behind the scenes?
No, bro. No, dog. Eddie Hearn is trying to loan his fighters out to Turkey and make money off of them without actually having to do his job. That's why he didn't want to put any money up for Shakur Stevenson. And he already put money up for Boots a couple of times. He wants Boots to fight Teofimo on a Riyadh season Turkey card so he can sit back, collect his 20-25%. Don't have to put on no investment. Don't have to make it a matchroom card. He can sit back and make money, bro. That's what he doing, dog. Like people act like they don't see the play. Like when Shakur Stevenson was falling out with Turkey, bro. Why didn't Eddie Hearn ever number one step in and come to his defense? Number two, just say forget it. We'll put the money up. Why did he have to? Oh, I got to go talk to Turkey. Oh, I got to do that. Why did he do that, bro? Why couldn't he just put on the fight itself? But Shakur Stevenson's promoter. Shakur's the champion.
Naka, what I'm saying is that they're pushing it so that they can stick it under the Canelo and Crawford card that's in Vegas. That's what I'm saying. Under the Riyadh season, umbrella. They don't have to pay money, but they get to fight in America like they wanted on the undercard.
Possibly. And if that's the case, why keep Conley and his team even start negotiating the Devin Haney fight? If you truly want to just fight, and it was the location of the fight, then why are you negotiating with Devin knowing the fight was going to be in Saudi Arabia? So I give Teofimo the fact that Jerome Boots Ennis is the one that turned down their little situation. But in the case of Devin the Dream Haney, bro, you turn that down, dog. And if you don't want to fight in Saudi Arabia, when you signed that 3-fight deal, I'm pretty sure you knew that was part of it. When you signed that 3-fight deal, I'm pretty sure that was a part of it.
That was before offending the biggest man in Saudi Arabia. He offended that man.
Again, HLD, he got nothing else going on unless you know of a fight that he got.
So the real the actuality is that Teofimo Lopez didn't have a problem to fight in Saudi Arabia. He had a problem to fight in Saudi Arabia because what he said about Turkey, and then actually thought about what could happen to him out there in Saudi Arabia.
Right,
that was on Teo. That's on Teo though.
Yeah, but like I said yesterday, if the elevator door opens and you see two guys with gats, are you still gonna get on the elevator, or are you gonna like, nah, you know what, I'm not getting on? You know, he sees that there's a. Disrespecting nation. He sees that there's an element of problems that can happen.
That analogy that you're giving, you leaving out a very important part. Right. The guy that saw the guy with the cats on the elevator, he talked about their mama and shot at them first and disrespected them first. So now you got
that's what I'm saying. Tio offended those guys. Tio offended Turkey.
Yeah, but I mean, Tio ain't no victim. You know what I'm saying? Tio didn't.
No,
there's an argument to be said that Teofimo, let's say he slapped the dude so he could have an excuse not to get on the elevator.
Here's a more local. If I start talking shit about Jay Prince, am I gonna go to Texas or in Houston still, bro? Knowing that I talk shit about that man?
Don't know.
Now we were cool before until I opened my mouth.
Why you talking shit about somebody that's paying you more money than you ever made?
That's his fault. We get that. I think we all agree that he was stupid for doing that publicly. But the fact is, it's already out there.
Like you don't get to, bro. You can't disrespect somebody and then worry about their response to your disrespect. Bro.
Oh, right. So you're getting on the elevator after knowing that you did.
But at the end of the day,
I'm gonna respect people. I'm gonna respect people who respect me, bro.
I know that, and we already agreed that you fucked up with that. I mean, I told him personally. I told him, bro, you can't do that shit publicly, especially with a man of that stature. But it's already out there.
So then it's on him. It's on him for doing that publicly. It didn't turn it down the fight, so he ducked Devin, right?
But how stupid would he be to put himself in that position of something that more than boxing?
I understand. So you agree that he ducked Devin? You agree that he ducked Devin Haney, right?
No, I'm happy that the head fight never happened because I never wanted the fight. Nobody on May 3rd was clamoring Devin Haney and Teofimo. We wanted Devin Haney to get the fuck out of boxing. That's what we were all saying.
Wow, the hate is real.
Okay.
No, man, I paid money. I paid that $90 to watch all these guys running around. I don't want to pay for that shit again and waste another Saturday night.
I mean, you right about that, about Devin Haney's performance, but Teofimo wasn't jaw dropping.
No, but here's my sense though. Had Devin Haney marked that land that was set up for him to kill, I'd be like, yeah, then it's a good fight. But it's not a good fight.
So then what? So then, if that's not a good fight, then what made? See, this is my thing with us, bro. Like it's a fight everybody want to see. When it's Devin Haney, oh, that's not a good fight. He put on a trash performance. He did see that. So what performance did Steve Claggett put on, bro? To get like what? Like why do niggas? Why is it when it's like 2 stars and it's a name? It's like, oh man, his last performance was garbage and trash. But if it's like a nigga like Steve Claggett, baguette bread or some shit, then it's like, oh, I don't care about his performances. I don't care how many losses he got. We don't mind Teofimo fighting him. But when it's Devin, the nigga got to put on a great performance, come off a master class, knock a nigga out, do all kind of extra shit.
No, he doesn't have to. He just has to fight, bro. He just has to fight. He don't have that performance with Claggett, but he wasn't bitching around, running around the ring. He was fighting.
I think you missed the point that his opponent didn't cut off the ring. His opponent didn't take the chances. You missed.
No, that man was there to be slaughtered.
Listen, regardless of this man moving his feet, there's still another boxer in that ring. There's 2 people in that ring. And the other opponent did not take that.
Nah, bro. You're not cutting off the ring a man who's avoiding engagement.
That's probably the most marinated fight within the contemporaries. Teofimo Lopez versus Devin Haney. I want to see that fight. I think that Teofimo Lopez beat the crap out of Devin Haney, but I want to see.
I'm glad it didn't happen as of today.
But then it's the same thing because look, if we're gonna play that game, Shakur Stevenson ran from the Edo de los Santos, but the primary fight at lightweight division, we all want to see Shakur versus Tank, right?
Right.
Did it happen? Is it on the table?
We want to see the fight. Ain't nobody saying we don't want to see Tank and Shakur because Shakur ran from Edo de los Santos. That's still the primary fight in the lightweight division.
Period. Yo, hold on one second. Echo, go ahead. I know you had your finger up and you were trying to say something.
Hey, Claymore, I'm gonna dip off, bro. I appreciate you having me on, man. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, man. Shout out to Abdullah Mason for stealing the spotlight from Keyshawn trifling ass. I'll see y'all soon.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Yeah, Echo, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what KO Boxing said about everybody's ducking. It is ducking, you know, like you've got people ducking each other, and not everybody's being treated the same way. You know, it's not. You know, everybody should be judged the same way. You know what I mean? With equal, everything should be equal. You know, just because it's like Tio. I mean, he's fought some great fights, and he's actually been a good fighter. You know, and obviously Devin Haney, he's done some good stuff as well. You know, he's like people just how can I put it? You know, dismiss the fact that Haney had some poor performances. But so has Teo. But he's also had some great performances. Every boxer in history has had some bad performances. And, you know, the Claggett thing, I mean, Claggett's not such a bad fighter, to be honest. He was just not known, you know what I mean? If you look at him, he had some decent skill. You know, and at the end of the day, I mean, Teo did what he should have done, and he won the fight. But people expect him to not knock him out because he's an unknown. But how many boxers, even great boxers that, I mean, I mentioned this before, because you know about the history of boxing. I mean, even Sugar Ray Robinson, he won his first title as a welterweight against Tommy Bell. Nobody knows who the old Tommy Bell was. And Tommy Bell knocked Sugar Ray down in the second round. So nobody even knows that. So when you talk about people having bad performances, but everybody should be judged the same. You know, it's like when you've got a guy being, you know, saying he's ducking, right? It's like Jerron. I mean, look at Brian Norman. Brian Norman didn't want to fight Jerron, for sure. He was offered more money. Same as Teo. You know what I mean? He was offered a lot of money. But he's got his reasons why I don't want to fight. Maybe, I really believe from what I watched on a video, he said that he didn't think he'd get a fair shake. That was the impression that I got, that if he went to Saudi. And that's why I didn't want to go. I think if he'd have been fighting somebody else, you know, in maybe a more neutral, maybe like America, he would have took the fight. I mean, I believe Teo should fight the winner of the Cambosis fight, you know, with Hitchens. That's why I think he should fight. Because then he can become unified if Hitchens wins, and he gets to how can I put it, get revenge on Cambosis for the loss. So he can, you know, he can kill two birds with one stone there, you know. But if he wants to fight Jerome Boots Ennis, I think that'll be a good fight. There's no reason why he can't go up and fight him, you know. But I think Jerome Boots Ennis wants to unify. That is why the Brian Norman fight was arranged or tried to get, because that's what he wanted. He wanted to unify the belts, you know. But obviously Brian Norman didn't want to take that fight. And he was offered the highest payday as well. So you've got to do everybody the same. This is why you got all this Devin Haney hate, Teo hate, whatever. I don't hate anybody. I see things as they are. You know, like I said,
go ahead,
I've got to judge everybody the same. You know, and when you look at the history of boxing, everybody had bad fights. Devin Haney he got wobbled by Pedraza. You know, he got dropped by Ryan. You know, what was it? 5 times, really, but officially 3.
Right.
Every great boxer, even the greatest of all times, have been dropped. You know, how he got dropped. He got dropped by Sonny Banks. He got dropped by Henry Cooper. I mean, the Henry Cooper fight was like 1 year before he fought Sonny Liston. That is why all those people that watched that fight, you know, they watched that fight thought he wasn't going to beat Sonny Liston, because he fought him in June 18th, 1963. Then he fought Liston in 64. That was February 25th. Nobody thought he was going to beat Liston. You know,
man, dropping them dates, bro. Like, damn.
Yeah, but I'm a historian. I know the dates.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
I'm a historian. I know the dates. I can tell you all the dates.
I don't think
right back to Sugar Ray Robinson and Jack Dempsey. I know all the dates.
I don't think it's 100%. I don't think it's 100% fair. I think that this has been a talking point. That because you're getting the most money right now, you're supposed to take the money because you're getting the most money. Like, we're shaming these fighters. I'm gonna be honest, and I even told Teofimo Lopez, I was the only one. That's how me and Amanda Serrano, we got cool, because I was like, yeah, nah, pull out from that fight with Katie Taylor when she was gonna be fighting Katie Taylor in the backyard of Eddie Hearn's house. They was first offering Amanda Serrano $75,000 to fight Katie Taylor. $75,000. Then they upped it to 6 figures, 150. Take the fight, Amanda Serrano. You never made that money in your career. Everybody in the boxing world, then she pulled out of the fight. Oh, you're scared of Katie Taylor? Nah. If I take this much money to fight the biggest fight in women boxing history, then what am I really worth? What did Amanda Serrano do? She did pull out of the fight. And then she waited 2 fights. And then what was the first fight with Katie Taylor? Both made 7 figures. Madison Square Garden sold out.
Yeah, and Jake Paul.
So and then look at the second fight. She made $10 million. It's Amanda Serrano that's putting all these women on for her pulling out.
Yeah.
Look at where women boxing is at right now. So sometimes we see a decision. Oh man, why he's pulling out from the fight? This is he's gonna make the most money he's ever made in his career. Let's not forget the Dave Chappelle move, right? Comedy Central gave him $50 million. He pulled out. Everybody thought he was a crackhead.
Everybody thought he went to Africa and went crazy. Yeah.
And then what happened? Now look, who's the king?
Yeah.
So that's why I said earlier. When you asked what's the next move, is I have faith in the number 1 manager in the sport right now, Keith Connolly, to make things happen. Just like whether you're a fan of the Haneys or not, Bill Haney is a trailblazer. He is the manager of 2023, and people can't figure out how he always have Devin in a position to make more money than his contemporaries. Hate it or love it. So when we see Devin Haney in the position he's in, it's because of Bill. When we see other fighters in the position where they're in, especially right now with Keith Connolly, I think that Keith Connolly could work wonders.
Okay, I like that.
Who do you think Tio should fight next then, Punch?
To be honest, I heard that I heard.
No, but not who you. I mean, who do you think he should?
The window is still open for him and Devin Haney. The window is still open. Right?
Okay.
If they truly want to go back, the window is still open. But that's only up to Tio. Right. But the offer is still on the table. Now, if he doesn't get the Devin Haney fight, then he's gonna have to wait. Then he's gonna have to wait with the Hitchens and Cambosa, in which if Cambosa,
well, they're open for it because they want the fight. Teal doesn't.
Exactly. So
it's open only on that side. Now when we trying to pin this on Teal, it's like if it's one only issue, it's a compounding of things. He saw that they look, man, in business. I don't care. I don't know how you guys do business, but if I sign a contract, that's what it is.
No,
your word is your bond.
I'm on Teal on that side. On that sense, hey, if I finance a car for $40,000. And then I go back into the dealership and be like, can I just pay the $15,000? What they gonna tell you?
Exactly. So,
right?
So if you break your word to me in business, bro, you think I'm gonna come back to no, bro? We done, bro. This is what it is.
Not with Gio. He'll be back.
Now on top of that, then Teal put his foot in his mouth with the outcry that he did on in public. That was wrong. It was wrong. Even whether it's Turkey or not, but even more because it's Turkey. So now he's got that in the back of his head. Then he's seen the terms. What the hell are you talking about? 145. What division is 145? You know what I mean? And so he's not getting the equal fighter as Boots or the money or the terms. So he didn't like it, and that's where we were at. It's all those things put together. Does Teal have some play in that? That he's scared about or worry about having a fair shake. Well, yes, that was his fault by putting his foot in his mouth, but it's still on the table that you damn right they can fuck you over and more. You might not make it back home if they don't want you to. I mean, nobody cried about that reporter when he got chopped up in the embassy on camera. Did anybody say anything about it?
If he dug for paranoia, that's not an excuse either.
Right. I thought
No, you're not gonna take it. I'm not risking my life for because we want the fight,
bro. I thought the negotiation for the weight was based on getting acclimated for Teofimo this time. So
no, man, Teal's going straight to 147 for Boots.
No, I didn't say Boots. I'm saying with the devil.
Oh, well, he's saying he was
negotiated.
Going to get acclimated. Yeah, no, Ray. What he's saying is no. Teal was going to go straight to 147 from Boots. He doesn't want to fight catch weight. He'll just defend and fight at 140.
I got you.
The only thing he would leave 144 is to go straight to 147. That 145 was for Devin because Devin didn't want to go back to 140. That's why.
And Teal was invited to the PBC event. Maybe there is a 10 conversation, a Gary Antoine Russell conversation as well. Unification bout.
I hear some rumblings there. Even heard.
Hey. TGB retweeted Teal's tweet, business, and it's on there, bro. So
Guys,
Man,
oh man, we going on 4 hours.
Man, you a fan, bro.
Look. We're going on 4 hours.
We got it.
I gotta cut the show. I didn't plan on being on this long. I'm so
You can't downplay me, really.
Punch, thank you for coming up here, bro.
Time, man.
I met Punch over in New York, bro, for a quick hot second. You remember me, Punch? I know I got the full face. You remember me? I was with Blue. You remember me?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Salute to Blue came up here and kicked it real quick. Knockout came up here. HLD, thank you. Echo, Ray Davis, my co-host, man. This was a good show, man. I like the conversation. A lot of perspective. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I had, I'm cooling a little bit more now because I'm seeing perspective on all sides of the argument. And although I can't stand Teofimo's ass, you know what I'm saying? but I can relate and empathize with yourself.
Knockout laid it out, and I appreciated everything he said. I appreciated that. Finally, no cover up, no nothing. Not that it was no. It's it is what it is. At least when it comes to that Boots talk, he's the first brother I've seen saying it like that. Everybody else is just making up stories in imagination.
I agree with the value of the fight for Boots as far as monetarily and the business of boxing, and Boots making decisions based exclusively on legacy and not caring about the money and how that might not be practical. But I do respect Boots's as a boxing fan, I like legacy. I don't care about money because I can't spend it. I want to see.
So he likes legacy.
Let me ask this right quick, Clay. Who's the best 140 pounder right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
I mean, on paper, I think Tio.
Who's the best 147?
Boots.
So just like in the history of the sport of boxing, all these fights that we always beg these fighters, we need to see these fighters fight like Hagler and Hearn. Hearn moved up. Duran moved up. This is traditional boxing. This is the tradition dare to be great for Tio going after Boots.
100%. But I question how much does Boots see the value legacy wise in Tio? What does he see in him?
Well, the same thing that with Duran.
Well, I would argue how much value does
it would be another scout.
That's why we want Boots to come out and talk about it, because we're putting a value on what Boots think, but his representative has value in Tio. Is the Boots don't want this? His father said we'll take it in a heartbeat. Boots and Tio. You know why there's no disrespect coming from Boots to Tio and Tio to Boots, really? Because they known each other since they was teens.
They do.
They grew up in the amateurs together. Teofimo Lopez grew up with the Gary Russell family. That's why Tweezy and Tio was so cool. They even talk about fighting. These guys know each other. Teofimo Lopez, 2015, was the national Golden Glove champion, and Boots Ennis was. They was been together. They've worked together. The fathers have respect for one another. You know what I'm saying? So I want to hear what Boots really have to say about this. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people bringing too much excuse for Boots. We want to know. Remember when Boots came out? Remember after the Virgil Ortiz and he did the interview? He's like, "Oh, I didn't even know. I don't know."
Let me ask a question. Real quick. So if there's something that you want, right? And let's just put it in for focus, right? Because this dude, and I don't even say forward, I said forward. If Tio really wanted this fight, the opportunity he had, he did not cash in on when he had the chance to take that WBO title, go up to fight Brian Norman, take that belt, get in the way of Boots Ennis and make that fight happen, and then we don't have this conversation.
Well, that would be enforcing the fight, and it should still happen after June 20th, right? It can.
This the issue. The issue is that around that time, it's two things that the Brian Norman Jr. don't talk about, and people don't want to talk about. Brian Norman Jr. had surgery. If the possible fight was supposed to be September 27th, Brian Norman Jr. had surgery, hand surgery. Let's not forget about that. Remember, he's postponed even the fight that he was supposed to make because of his surgery. Now, Teofimo Lopez was going through changing managers. Remember, that was business. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like Mikey Garcia, Andre Ward. They wasn't ducking nobody when they was off. They had to get away from their contractual. Remember, he just changed from David McWaters to Keith Connolly. So I don't think that a deal could have been struck because Teofimo Lopez was changing, you know what I'm saying, his representatives. You know, going to court, whatever he needed to do to get off that contract, and then Keith Connolly came together and take it. I think that's the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's behind the scenes shit. And YouTube and boxing, he dug Brian. And
I hear you.
We got to understand the
you know and all due respect to everybody on the panel, I think everybody here can agree that we're only passionate about the sport, and the fighters come along with the sport. So when we throw our names or our suggestions in the hat or defend certain things, we're doing it based on what's revealed and what's said. I mean, some of us have behind the scene information, some of us don't. Some of us are historians, some of us have good connections to fighters. Whatever the case may be, we have these opportunities to and some of us can actually even build off the top of the brain with the puzzle pieces that are there. Salute to Clay, because not only Clay has a lot of ammunition and things to go through. Clay's a genius. Clay puts things together and builds future
Thank you.
things that don't even happen, bro. He's got the crystal ball, and it's crazy.
No, he's got the Green Lantern, bro. You'll see.
Okay, salute to Clay and the Green Lantern. But whatever the case may be, I kind of sit and I listen to everybody, and I respect everybody's thoughts, because what Punch is bringing to the table is only exclusive through the camp of Teofimo and the team. So I get it. Same thing with Blue. You know what I mean? Same thing with KO. His passion for the sport. KO dive deep. He has connections as well. Echo's a historian. HLD. In all due respect, I don't know your connects, but you seem to have some, because you have brought some things into my attention previously, and we had conversations all the time. I know Clay has people. I have people, and Dub that was on here definitely has people. He's in the gyms. So with all the great minds up here, man, I think we all came to a conclusion in a perspective of really it's boxing at the end of the day, and anything and everything can happen in boxing. And the only thing as us as fans want is to keep the sport alive. And as long as we have things that are not motivating or pushing, that's why you went out on your podcast, Punch, and you ripped your homie, because these things kill the sport. You right? Like I was telling, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Punch. This is just a question for you. What happened with Keyshawn? I don't know if you heard earlier. I said it's not that I don't care that it happened, like the missing weight thing, but I think when you do it to your hometown, you do all the build up and everything happens. I think and you got people that start coming in as a casual. You set the sport back a couple of years. Now that we just built all the way back up, now you just set it back, because you just disappointed the whole boxing world. You're not even fighting anymore. These people were looking forward to a free fight. That's not going to happen.
Michael Vick was invested.
Bro, Shaquille O'Neal, bro, he had it on a platter, bro. It's just like, I don't think he's a proven fighter, but as far as the momentum that he had going, holy shit, he fucked that up so bad, bro.
But we also got to commend Edo de los Santos for making that type of move, because easily they'll be like, yo, get it $100,000 and just take the fight and just get slaughtered. I think this sets the tone. Now fighters going to be like, you know what, I'm not going to strategically.
And we got to be okay with it as fans, that if a fighter says, I'm not, we got to applaud it and say, no, you know what, I'd rather not see the fight, and be okay with it. Because the problem is they're also afraid that we're going to call him a dog, blah, blah, blah. We got to be okay with the fighter saying, no, I don't want to take the fight. And that the promoter of the fighter that fucked it up has to pay the man his due.
Yeah, and I didn't want to go into that conversation. I know Clay's trying to close out. I just wanted to thank everybody and tell you, like, it was a great conversation, man. And because we all got the bill, we got to put things out there and our opinions and some facts, a lot of facts, and open up eyes.
Now we got to support Abdullah Mason.
Right, open up the eyes to the fan base. So I think with that, you know what I mean, I thank all of you, and I applaud all of you for your contributions, for real.
And this was a great panel today, man. I hope when you guys see me up here, bro, please come by. This was a great panel, man. I love building.
Yeah, keep smashing the like button so the algorithm hits, man.
Thank you, bro. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to do that. Hit the like button. Thank you guys again, man.
Clay, you're doing a great job. You know that.
Appreciate you.
I want you to know that. Really, I really do, because I see so many channels that are not, neutral, and they're not listening to anything, and they don't see everybody else's point of view, and you always give everybody the chance, and that's good. I mean, like I say, I've not got the inside scoop like like the other guys, like blood and Punch Drunk. All I know is the history of whatever. That's all I know. And I'm our ex-fighter, But I don't think it's fair for somebody to say that, that Blood's capping because, like Blood said many times, things are subject to change. You know what I mean? For the information, so he only reports on what he knows.
Right.
That's what I've got to say. Anyway, I'm going to go now. Anyway, everybody have a nice day and HLD.
Yes, sir.
And what time
Take
is
care.
it? What
Yeah,
do
you too, my friend. Hey, man, let me sign out of here. You guys be good. Hey, Claymore, great show. Ray, you're
It's
getting
7.
better, bro.
It's 8.
I'm always trying, man.
Ray, it's 8 p.m. now.
8 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we
8
gotta get
p.m.
ready
Well,
for the
in the UK, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You guys have a
guys, man.
take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
All right. All right, Ray. Another one in the books, man.
Another one.
Come on, man.
Rich, why don't you come up, man? I would like to get your opinion on some of this.
Oh man.
That would have been yeah.
Oh
But
man.
listen, thank you, Clay. Listen, this was a great opportunity, man. And with all the news, I know you're going what you had. I know you were like salivating, like, yo, I gotta get up and talk about this. We gotta get ahead of this before everything. I know you couldn't, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, I was about to say, Clay, just drop the link and let me build on it and just deal with it. But I was like, nah, you know what? Let you bring
my grill all swole up.
It's perfect about it.
And you know, however it looked, I think somebody said, wow, it looked like dude looks like he aged 50 years overnight. Yo, I will be back to normal, bro. My face will come back, shrink down. My lips will not be as swollen. You know what I mean?
The Botox, guys. Don't do Botox. Don't do Botox.
I got the you know what I'm saying?
Side effect of Botox, y'all.
It takes a little while to get everything where it needs to be, but I appreciate you guys being patient with me. Yeah, I had to come up today and build on this topic, man. Thank you for everybody who showed up and showed support. Remember to like. If you subscribe to the channel, I appreciate it. Until the next one, guys, you know what it is. It's your boy Ray. It's your boy Clay. It's that ATP Combat Media Show, man. At the end of the day, at this point,
what it is, Clay.
we out.